Last time on Curse of Strahdanya, you found yourselves in quite a predicament, needing an item from Strahdanya that you weren't quite sure how to get. With the help of Escher, you were able to determine what needed to be done, and you went on a madcap journey, having to deal with all of Strahdanya's brides in order to get what you needed. It pushed you to your limits, physically, emotionally, mentally. But you were finally able to secure all the keys needed to open the box that would lead you to Queen Ravenovia, Strahdanya's mother, her hairpin. It was not easy, and you were all forced to give up a secret to gain access to it. And it is here that we begin. The box open in front of you, the hairpin gleaming with a strange magic. Victoria, you stare down and look at it, and you see this is what you were looking for. You can imagine for a moment what it would look like holding your veil in place, and you feel the conflicting emotions. The image of Strahdanya smiling at you, looking down at you, your new wife. You also see the horror behind her eyes, the wickedness she has committed. Slowly, you reach down and grab onto the hairpin. As soon as you do, the rest of you hear Victoria gasp. Suddenly, her eyes turn pitch black and her body locks up, arms folded in a cross as if a corpse in a coffin. She's completely catatonic. Victoria. The closet of Strahdanya von Zarovich melts away from your consciousness, and you are plunged into darkness. However, although it is incredibly dark, you look down and you can see yourself, and you realize that you are still holding the hairpin. But all the color from your person is entirely gone. You've entered a world of grayscale. As you look up and peer through the void around you, you can see movement, and realize that you are surrounded by falling black feathers. In just a moment, they swirl together, and directly ahead you see a large black shape before you. Your eyes adjust, and you see the figure of a woman cloaked in a robe of raven's feathers, with a long mane of coarse black hair, atop of which rests a gray crown of raven skulls. Where a face might be, there is nothing more than a white porcelain mask with black, unblinking orbs for eyes. The figure approaches, its form larger than you had expected as it looms over you. A cold, measured voice echoes around you from unmoving lips. I know you. I know your essence. I know your blood. You are one of mine, little bird. You are of my Shadakai, dusk elf, as your human kin might call them. Do you know the circumstances of your birth?
Queen Ravenovia?
No.
I don't think I know who.
You do not, but you will in time.
What can you tell me about my birth?
I know the story, little bird, for your father, Theros, is wholly mine, and so his secrets are my secrets. A human woman, a wife in a loveless marriage to a man who worships a cruel god. A comfortable life, but an unfulfilling one. Resentment and bitterness become normal and accepted. Until an elven stranger from a far-off land comes across her path. The darkness and mystery are irresistible. Their affair lasts for but a week before he disappears into the shadows as quickly as he arrived. The child born from that affair kills the mother at birth. The apparent infidelity clear to all. The husband is ashamed, but did truly love his wife, and raises his child as one of his own. But he never forgets the child's original sin. The circumstances of her conception, the shame and betrayal are projected on the child. He teaches her to be ashamed of himself. He makes her hate the shadow that touched her soul. He tells her she is wicked. But he is wrong. Her soul is touched by shadow, yes, and by death. But death is not wicked. It is untouched by morality. It comes for good and evil alike. It is the mortal choices we make that make us wicked or pure. The masked woman looks down at the hairpin you still hold. Ravenovia von Zarovich was pure, too pure for the life she found, but unshakable in her reverence. Her will was powerful, her love was stronger. She was mine, and so I took her before she could arrive in the evil place you have now found yourself, little bird. A place in my realm, yet where my ravens cannot fly. The one dark domain in the Shadowfell protected, shrouded in mist. A land taken from the material plane itself. But there is a chance for you to change this. A chance for you to save yourself, your loved ones, and the people from that cursed land. As Ravenovia was worthy of the power you now hold, so are you. You have my blessing to purge the travesty that mocks and threatens the realm of death. And for bringing you into the world, I would keep my gaze on your father. He now walks beneath dark wings and will not be harmed. We will meet again. With a gust of wind, raven feathers surround you and you are snapped back to reality, surrounded by your friends. The rest of you see Victoria become completely enshrouded in black feathers that materialize out of nowhere before erupting out and washing over all of you as the darkness fades from her eyes and her indigo irises return. You all have received the boon of the Raven Queen.
Holy cow.
What was that?
I went somewhere dark.
Victoria, are you well?
Yes, I think I am. I think we all might be now.
May I?
Please.
I will gently, as I would attempt to be gentle, probably would be rough and prodding. I would like to inspect Victoria to make sure once again that she's not like horribly
Roll
possessed by demons and shit. Medicine. Do I have any of that biz? Sorry about this. Medicine. Oh, that's a 16.
You look at Victoria and you see bits of shadow almost course over her. Slowly begins to fade and dissipate. Her eyes, though back to the color they were originally, occasionally pulse with purples and blacks until they slowly sink back into their standard color, and her skin, cold at first, now feels warm to touch, and you can tell that she is unchanged, all but for the feast running through her veins, its power extended. And I will say, for the purpose of this, your hero's feast that you had performed has extended itself to the next day.
Fuck yeah.
There is also a hint of some other magic that you can't quite put your finger on. Something else lingering there just outside of your realm of understanding. But I would say you look at yourself and you feel it in yourself as well. In Kana, in Shepard, in Clayton. All of you have been touched by the magic, by the power of the Raven Queen.
I'll flick some feathers off. You seem to be all right.
I feel quite good. Do you all feel it too?
Yes. I don't know what it is, but sure.
It's the Raven Queen. I saw her.
You saw the Raven Queen.
Yeah, right.
I would say yes. At this point, you would have realized that was the Raven Queen.
Yeah.
It was more rhetorical.
Yes, Kelsey.
I saw her. I clapped when I saw her.
I know her. I know. I'm sorry. We'll cut that.
What did she say? I mean, we've seen Garrick's, all of us, but the Raven Queen.
She knew much of me. My story, my background, my father.
Does this... Sonax, you know of the Raven Queen, correct?
I do.
Does this make sense?
It does. The land from which we came, Strigga, is the realm of death. She's worshipped in many parts of the continent. Her touch lingers, and if it makes perfect sense, when you spoke to her, has she joined our burning crusade against the Countess?
She said that we can be saved from this land.
How? How does this pin play into that?
I don't know.
But did she say it had the power to help us?
I believe so.
Shredanya's stranglehold over this land continues to weaken. We now have 3 gods.
We can't let her know. She may be watching us. How do we... Perhaps Sergey. He might recognize the pin. He might know.
He did say that he wished to speak with you when I came out of the briefcase.
In any case, we should remove ourselves from her closet room. Get somewhere safe.
Yes. What time is it?
It is late in the evening, but it's not, I would say, probably around 8-ish in the evening, so you still have many hours before you feel like you would need to.
Yeah, we got up pretty early.
Yeah.
The wings of this Queen of Ravens do not fly over Inari that I'm familiar with. Did you have to give anything in exchange for this blessing?
I don't believe so, no.
Did she ask anything of you?
No.
You didn't promise anything?
No.
Perhaps.
Just making sure.
We must check every box, yes.
Perhaps the secrets we offered was payment enough.
And she said you were of her?
Yes, my father,
Right.
my true father, is a Dusk Elf.
Dusk Elf. And would I, in my studies, would I know what a Shadarkai is,
Yes.
roughly? Shadarkai
That's right.
are tied closely to death. There's darkness inside of you this whole time.
Yes, she said that I've been touched by darkness, been touched by death.
It's her darkness. That's a great relief. And this game is a great ally in this fight. Esha,
You look over and Escher's leaning up against the wall, his long fingernails, he's picking at his teeth, he seems completely unbothered.
do we owe Victoria, do we owe Shredanya some sort of appearance now that we have this? Should we let her know?
This evening? No. Why would you?
Just making sure. I'm not sure what she's expecting.
Oh, if she were expecting anything, she would have let you know.
Right.
I'm sure she's relishing in the moment she spent with Victoria earlier this evening. My guess, and he listens, and it seems as if he can hear something you can't. She seems to be taking it out on the other brides as we speak.
Oh,
Good.
that's fine. Regardless, could you please lead us back to our chambers?
Ask nicely.
Escher, would you please escort us
Anything
back?
for you, Shepard.
Thank
Follow
you.
me.
I appreciate it.
He immediately steps up and smirks at you as he turns and walks from the room. He leads you through the twists and the turns of the castle. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, before you finally make your way back up the creaking stairwell that leads to the room that you've been given to stay in. As you all spill forth into the room, the dusty bed before you, it actually looks as if it's been cleaned up a little, made up a little more nicely. The wedding gown, bright, shining light in the closet, hanging.
All right, Curio. Case will open up to the mansion opening. We should be safe here. Esha, do you want to stay here, or would you like to join us?
He looks quizzically at you. Are you implying you're going into a briefcase?
Well, yes. This is where we live.
Yes.
Obviously.
I'll go.
Oh no, what do they say about inviting vampires?
I would
places?
like to take up
It's
the
too
rear.
late. You've already done it, Professor.
Oh no.
Well,
Perhaps thinking before you speak
what do they say, yikes?
would be well advised. That's what happens, Shepherd. Take note when you have high intelligence but no wisdom.
Noted.
Ladies first.
Very well. I'll make my way down.
I'm gonna take one look inside the closet that the dress is hanging in and make sure there are no witches or hags tumbling out of the attic.
You don't even need to roll for it. You can tell. It's just nicely hung up the way Clayton had left it.
Very good. And I will proceed into the briefcase.
I guess we'll all follow down. Lucas, we are here. Please make some arrangements, make some tea.
You open the door as you say this, and standing directly in front of you, almost like a statue, Sir Klutz.
Oh, you. I forgot about you.
I bar your entrance. You may not enter the realm of Queen Arabelle.
The realm of Queen Arabelle.
Members of your party have thusly offended our great queen.
Oh no. What did you do?
Members of our party offended the Great Queen. I do not know. I know of... How have you heard of the Blood Queen, Sir Klutz? What do you know, Spectre?
He starts to fumble a little bit. Oh, she didn't tell me.
Or the Raven Queen. You hold knowledge.
No, Queen
that you keep
Arabelle.
secret from us.
Queen of the Grand Mansion. Queen of this realm of existence.
I'll lean into Kana. Is Arabelle of royal birth?
Perhaps we should probably abide by her request.
Oh gods, we'll have to make this right. Sir Klutz, could we hold court with Queen Arabelle?
Yes, but first you must fix the camera. It's shaking.
Must.
Yeah, it's up against the table.
Oh no!
So
we just need to
apparently
work
the last
backwards.
session it did it too. Any kind of feedback like that, we'll take a little...
if you could just
we
slightly
appreciate you letting...
Thank you for anyone who gave the bits. I see that you guys have 2 twists of fate.
Ah, thank you.
Yes, we
Thank
do.
you. I love you. You're the best. You make me so
That should be
happy.
good. Right? Look at that.
Yeah, and they still look beautiful.
It's high stakes.
Yes. Well,
So now that the camera's fixed, could we hold court with Arabelle?
I was told not to allow anyone entrance.
May we see Queen Arabelle here in the foyer, please?
One does not simply summon Arabelle.
What if we say that we're sorry?
Or perhaps offer a token.
Yes.
Apology. And worship, of course, of the Queen.
He looks confused. He wasn't given strict rules for this. So he slowly steps to the side. Yes, I think that will do. You have asked nicely. And she is not telling me no. And he looks around and you see Arabelle standing in a beautiful princess gown, the very edge of the hall, a paper crown atop her head, colored gemstones in crayon all around the, wax drawing instruments, as crayon does not exist in Barovia. Wax writing tools, artistic implements.
Very good.
As she stands there looking down at all all of you, her nose held up in the air, her hands on her hips. She looks a little frustrated, but she too looks slightly confused as she wasn't sure how to proceed with this. She looks down at all of you as Sir Klutz stands to the side, once again sheathing his weapon.
Queen Arabelle, we come beseeching your forgiveness in the great transgression of my expedition members. And as leader, I take full responsibility, but I will still require full apologies from both Sarnax and Kana.
But if you're going to do this, why are you not bowing before the queen?
I immediately step forward and do like a 90-degree bow.
That is so boring. Get on your knees, loser. She offended me greatly. Do not let her speak to me until she is on the ground.
Everyone kneel or bow.
Why are we apologizing?
I don't know what you even did. Let's just get through this.
We had very important business, and
You know, I
was
can
in our
hear
way.
all of you talking from right here. I'm standing at the top of the stairs looking beautiful.
I will kneel and just bow all the way down.
There, well done, Kana. Can we please move on with this?
Her eyes turn to you as her head is held up high. Yes, we really should, because I'm getting very hungry and I've been waiting here for like 2 hours.
Sarnax, go. Just put the lantern down.
Sarnax, please.
Fine. I'm keeping my eye on you, Klutz. And I put my lantern down.
Huffs,
And I will
straightens his outfit.
I will kneel. I am sorry
Never be.
to the queen. A lot of queens. I'll bow. Forgiveness to the highborn. I subjugate myself beneath your feet, and will give you taxes and great tracts of land, and my entire line will be enslaved by your horrible fiefdom for generations. Is that how you highborn like to be treated?
You're really going all in here.
What
Sarnax.
does the word subjugation mean? Is that when you're underwater and all of a sudden you can't breathe? That's so stupid. You're not even underwater. Get up. You're dumb. Let's go have dinner, okay?
Yes, please. Food of any kind.
I'm going to go and change because I can't eat in this because it's got this weird little metal hoop at the bottom, and every time I sit down, you can see my panties. So I'll be back, okay?
All right, please.
Arbel, do you need any assistance?
No, not from you. You're mean. But I do accept your apologies, so it will be okay.
Very well, thank you.
I'll
Well, you all need to curtsy.
Of course.
Is a bow okay?
No, you need to curtsy.
I'll do a very nice curtsy.
I will watch Victoria, and then I very clumsily, try to
Cross
curtsy,
your
but it'll
ankles
look
and
more like a
stumble
bow
over.
curtsy.
Let us away, Sir Klutz. And she turns around and stomps off, and you see his head fall as he brightens up, puts a smile on his face, and mumbles to himself as he follows her up the stairs and away.
Circlets.
We meant no offense. Right, Sarnax? We just simply came to bury the man.
No, I understand entirely. You just have to put on a show sometimes with children.
I cared not for any offense. If I did cause offense, I did not care.
You're
frankly.
fine. I'm not actually upset.
Was I a convincing, groveling peasant?
Surprisingly so, yes.
You laid it on a little thick, I think,
Alarming.
Sarnax.
Well,
but,
she should at least learn the horrors committed by those that would subjugate the free will of others. While she is young.
Well done. I'm sure that she'll learn a lot from
She
that
needs a
lesson.
positive figure in her life. You have clearly let this place go to downward. I like just her
Anyway.
horrible decoration, and the ghost, and the child, and the vampire in her, and the house. It's just...
Anyway, is Sergey anywhere around?
I would imagine you would guess he was probably in his room.
All right. Well, we should probably speak to Sergey before we sit down to eat.
Yes, something private.
Yes. Lucas, could you please have someone summon Sergey?
You see a silver tray appear in the middle of the hallway, a folded piece of parchment on it with the word Sergey, and You can quickly see as it flips over and a quill appears and begins to write out, "You have been summoned to the foyer." As it flips back over onto the silver platter, it begins to bounce down the hallway and head towards the direction of Sergey's room. It takes maybe 10 minutes or so as you all spill into the den. You take your seats on plush armchairs. Clayton, you take a seat on the desk as you leaf through a book as Sergey is ushered into the room. He walks into the room and looks at all of you, a warm smile on his face, until his eyes land on Escher as he recoils in fear for a second. He holds his position as he looks back and forth at all of you, and he does not speak.
No, he's fine now. He's an unlikely ally, like everyone else in this house.
His eyes run the length of Escher, and you see a smile on Escher's face as he eyes Sergey up and down as well, both of them staring at each other, before Escher crosses one leg over the other. "Well, I can see that there are good genes in the von Zarovich line." Smirk from ear to ear. Sergey shudders slightly, looking at this horrific vampire in front of him as he,
He's already taken.
Should we take this to mean that you know each other? You're acquainted?
We are not, but I do know of him. The one called Escher. He came to my sister far after my death, for I did not know her in her own death. I only knew her in life. But if you say that you trust him, or tolerate him, then I will too. I will withhold my judgment.
Thank you, because we do have very important business. Victoria.
Yes. We've come upon something, and we would like your opinion on it. And I'll reach into the folds of my dress and pull out the hairpin.
He looks at it and his eyes go wide.
That is my mother's hairpin. She would wear it before she turned from the Raven Queen. When she found the light of the Morning Lord, this is... How did you come by this piece?
It was not easy.
It was hidden away. Shijanya kept it hidden, very, very well secured. But she dare not touch it or go near it.
His eyes look saddened for a moment as he seems to be deep in thought, but he reaches out and he is able to take it from you. As he holds it in his hand, he mutters to himself, but it's so soft you're not able to make out the words.
I do not understand. She told me that this was... She had left this far behind when she saw the light of the morning. I will need time for this. I will need time to think and to inspect and to work with this piece. It is not of my god, but it radiates with that of another religion.
Yes.
I cannot give you answers in this moment, but I do hope I will be able to give you answers in time. At least a few hours. I will need.
It is implied that it perhaps can aid us in our final battle with the Countess. I would examine all of its properties to be used as a weapon, not an object of worship.
It would be so fitting a thing. The worshipper of the Raven Queen. Her daughter turned to undeath. This saddens me to see.
It is cruel irony.
And he clutches it tight, and you can see one small tear roll down his face at the memory of his mother.
What else can we discuss needs to be discussed?
Well, have you heard that the wedding has been delayed till tomorrow?
Time feels like it is not changing in this place. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, I know not any of it. But that is good to hear. It means we have more time.
Yes.
And time we will need.
So we will need to discuss plans on how that evening may go, but I believe you studying that hairpin is more important.
Then I will take my leave.
There is one more thing that we have discovered. That there apparently is some sort of seat of power of a horrible ancient evil that has taken its reins of your sister. There's a heart in a tower in Ravenloft.
You see for a moment Escher begin to shift uncomfortably against the wall.
A heart that even Shridanya herself cannot gaze into for very long. It perhaps could be why she returns again and again and again. Perhaps it is connected to the choker on her neck. But either way, it is one of the final remaining mysteries surrounding your sister's fate.
This is not something I can speak on, for I do not know of what became of this castle after my death. But he may have the answers you seek.
As he looks to Escher, his eyes darting from his feet to his head.
Have you been withholding information from us, vampire?
Escher chokes back what almost sounds like a whimper, but he tries to guise it with a quick cough. Well, that depends on what you mean by holding back. Thank you, by the way, Sergey. I love having the attention all on me, and you are getting far too much of it.
I'm going to, as quickly as I can, close the distance between myself and Escher, and reach into my cloak and pull out the holy symbol of Ravenkind. I can produce the light of the sun from this amulet. I have singed your putrid undead flesh before, and I will do it again. This is a matter of life and death. The fate of the cosmos could depend on this. Stop withholding information. Are you our ally or are you not?
Escher shrinks back against the wall for just a second before he reaches out and he pats you on the arm. You can tell that there's real fear as he's looking at this amulet. No, Sarnax, there's no need to get in a tiff. We can talk about this like gentlemen. Put down the amulet and we'll have a discussion. But I think your friend wants to make his way to take a look at that hairpin. So, let's allow him the moment to leave to say his goodbyes.
Stand
We'll
down.
talk like friends.
Stand down, Sarnax.
Shepherd, you would never let him harm a hair on my glorious mane.
Oh, you severely underestimate my ability to tell Sarnax what to do.
Yes, you do.
With a deep sigh, he looks at you as you slowly raise the amulet.
Oh.
I'm going to take my leave now. I believe that you have this vampire in your control. Should you need me, call on me.
We will.
Thank you,
I need but a few hours. When you are done with what you need to do, come to me, and I will handle things from there.
Thank you, Sergey.
His eyes linger on you for a second as you speak. And there's almost a moment of recognition.
I have been deceived. But for her, I will always have forgiveness.
As he turns, he bows his head, almost in a sense of sadness, as he walks from the room and does not expand on what he was saying. Well, that was awkward. Yes, that was... Someone like me, that was incredibly uncomfortable, brandishing these horrific godly icons and being scorned by a tiefling of impeccable attractiveness.
I apologize for you feeling uncomfortable, Escher, but I do assure you that the light of the sun will be far more uncomfortable on your skin.
You are not one to mince words, are you, Xanax?
No, I am not.
What can you tell us about the heart?
Well, I will say I'm a bit surprised one of your intelligence did not gleam from the journal you read exactly what Sarnax is speaking of. I'm surprised you haven't heard its whispers yet, but you have only been in the castle for so long.
Why would any of us be hearing whispers?
From the moment I came to this castle, I heard them. They don't reach out to me the way they do to her, but they reach out all the same. Valenta is affected by them the most of the brides.
Is there a way to stop these whispers?
Not that I know of, and if there was, Stradonia would have done it years ago. A dark tower at the very top of the castle houses a heart, a crystal heart of some sort, that beats, it ever beats, and its madness courses through the castle, and affecting any who stay here for too long. It's awful. It's quite awful. Traps surround the entrance to it. Neither living nor undead can walk through that door. So, if you want to do something with it, good luck.
Is there no workaround, no secret passage you found or heard of?
Not that to be fair, what do I have need of a pulsing, horrific heart that whispers? I've had no need.
Do you doubt your own mind, Escher?
My mind is a steel trap.
Then you should be just fine.
Well, I'm not going to take you there.
Are you afraid, Escher?
Never. He is clearly afraid.
Escher, I am not afraid. Shepard is not afraid because we have the armor and shield of our god, Garrix the Fire Lord.
Regardless of whether you're afraid of the heart or not, you'll never get to it. Neither living nor dead can walk through that door. So, unless there is... that foul creature.
Which? You? Are you referring to yourself?
Sonax? I am trying to help you here, Sonax. Let me have my dramatic moment, please.
I'll step back.
Now, nothing can get through that door, neither living nor dead. So unless you have... See, it was not as effective the second time.
Yes, you sort of ruined the moment.
Regardless, there is a creature, and...
His dramatic flair is enchanting you all. I am happy to minimize it.
He walks over and he wraps his arm around you. That is the nicest thing you have said to me all day. Say it again, Sonax, my dramatic
May
flair
we
is
get on with
enchanting.
it, please?
Victoria, what has the Raven Queen done to you? You do look quite ravishing when your breasts heave in exasperation.
Mind your manners.
Well, we would like the information, please. We don't have that much time.
Fine. Many years ago, there was a man, a jester, that came to the castle. He delighted us all. And an inventor, to keep Stradonia happy, created a clockwork man. One that could eternally captivate Stradonia. Now, the clockwork man himself
aptly named Piddlewick the Second, was not quite a replica. Whereas Piddlewick himself was funny and jovial, charismatic, and warm. Piddlewick the Second was dark and vengeful and jealous. Knowing he could never live up to the man he was born from, he pushed him from the highest parapet of the tower. Poor Piddlewick did not know what was coming for him. Piddlewick the Second, however, remains one of Anastassia's toys. She finds him quite entertaining in his wickedness.
And it still functions.
Oh, yes.
We heard of a mechanical man, did we not?
We did.
Absolutely.
Blinsky asked us to look into it.
Well,
He was obsessed.
Does it have a mind of its own, a murderous mind of
I am
its own?
so clever that I realized that neither living nor dead could walk through that door, but Piddlewick himself is neither living nor dead, so I imagine if you're able to convince the man, he could disable the trap for you. But are you sure? Do you want to see this horrific abomination? Do you want your eyes to befold this thing? For I
Yes.
cannot tell you what will happen should you enter that room.
We need to destroy it.
We must
We have
strike
no
at the
choice.
heart of this evil, especially if there's a chance that Strahd may be
Poetic.
spared.
And what could possibly damage something this evil, this old, this ancient?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm worried about.
I've seen those implements do plenty of damage.
This is not flesh and blood. This is something different, something powerful.
We cannot attempt to destroy it unless we set our eyes on it, Escher. We have no choice.
Yes.
And we will figure it out.
Even if we don't destroy it tonight, we should investigate and learn. If that's the key,
I did not warn you.
we need to make the whispers stop.
Have you heard them, Professor? Are they getting to you, tugging at your mind?
No, I haven't, but for your sake and Strahdania's.
Are you certain you have not heard the whispers, Professor?
Of course not. Have you?
Of course not. I'm gonna roll an insight check on this fucker.
Yes, please do.
Or I would like to determine if he's lying. I hate
Yes,
to do
roll
that.
an
I'm so
insight,
sorry.
roll a deception, and you can determine what happens. You know the rules.
Sarnax.
It's a roll-off.
We got a roll off, folks.
I'm standing near Sarnax and my eyes have just kind of narrowed at the professor while I'm listening to this exchange.
I need my best one.
There's a beat of 29.
I rolled a 19, so it's a 22.
Oh.
Clayton is clearly lying.
Professor, are you withholding information from your expedition?
Why would I?
Because perhaps if you hear the whispers, as Strahdania does, you fear what may happen to your mind. You doubt your sanity. You perhaps may doom us even further. Perhaps you are even more of a liability than Victoria herself
I've
is.
gotten us all this far, have I not, Sarnax?
All right. Let's not fall to infighting now.
But if
We're
you
this
have
close.
gotten us this far, Shepard, what if he has gotten us this far and if he is hearing whispers? What if he is following them, leading us this far, at the service of some higher being, the same service that Strahdania does?
Do you not think that powers in this castle could kill us instantly, eviscerate us? At a moment's notice. We could be killed like that. Do any of us doubt that? Anyone?
No.
Escher?
This is not my fight. I'm not part of this fight. If you want me to lead you to that thing, I will lead you to it.
I made the decision on whom to kill. Is that correct, Sarnax?
Yes. You have been making many decisions lately, Professor.
Yes.
So certain as well. And whom did you consult, I wonder?
I consulted all of you.
Sarnax, I get what you're saying. I understand the concern, but at the end of the day, we're all individual people and we're making decisions as a group. And if something doesn't sit right with you or doesn't feel right, then speak up. But until then, the things the professor has just kind of suggested and done has been logical, and we followed along. Now, if you don't think we should go see this heart, then say something.
We should see the heart. I am not saying we avoid it, but I'm saying you, Professor, must steel yourself. Ensure that you still have agency. Ensure that your will is your own, because if it is not, we are all doomed. Do you understand that, Professor Azran?
Sarnax,
Yes.
I have seen the head of a young lady removed from her body. I have seen hags, their corpses burning. I have eaten the bones of witches. You laugh, Kana, but think of it. After making a bargain with an evil star, I've eaten bones and sprouted wings. What's the worst we could see? Do you suspect that'll be worse than that?
That is the only thing that scares me. Yes, I do suspect.
And let's think, even if it is, what choice do we have?
We do not.
Then
But-
why are we even having a discussion?
Because I am confident I will not succumb to the whispers. I am not confident you will not. That is my concern. I am not castigating you, Professor. I am not even challenging your authority in this expedition. I am just warning you. Be alert. Steel your mind, or else you are doomed, and we are as well.
Professor Azran, if I may ask, what are your intentions with this crystal heart? I want to ensure that all of our intentions are aligned before we put ourselves at risk. Because if your intention is to take that thing back home for further archaeological analysis, I hope you know that you would be putting all of Avantris at great peril.
No, that's not my goal.
Can I insight check him?
You're on fire!
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
So, what are the numbers?
Meter beat.
Oh, no, dirty 20, dirty 20.
If in a contest, basically nothing happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
So
wouldn't
it's-
know.
The
contest, you
defender
can-
wins.
Yes.
The defender meets or
The
beats.
defender wins. So you think I'm truthful?
Okay.
I believe that. I mean, we know now that, like Sarnax said, the very cosmos and the material plane, most importantly, could be in danger. So it is of the utmost importance that we destroy it, kill it, remove the seat of power, as Shradanya said herself. If we can do that, then maybe that is how we break this curse.
So we all agree. We are to destroy this heart.
Yes.
If we can, yeah.
I will stop at nothing until it is destroyed.
Good.
All right. Can you take us there, Esha? Or at least to this mechanical man?
Oh, boy. Do I not want to have to spend time with that foul, loathsome creature? I will restrain from kicking it. I would suggest you do the same. If you want into that room, you are going to need to get on its good side, of which I'm not sure it has one. So, if you really want to do this, I will take you.
Between the 5 of us, I'm sure we can find a way.
He is here in this castle.
Oh, yes. Always.
Lucas,
Lucas appears in some form.
could you hold off on dinner?
You look where Lucas should be, and you know that these servants are incorporeal. They're invisible, as it were. But where you imagine Lucas would be, you see Lucas slump. As once again a piece of parchment appears on a silver platter, and a quill begins to write. Arabelle, it is with regret that we must postpone dinner. We will see you later this evening. Yours, Clayton and the Azran Expedition.
I'm not taking the heat for this one. And I put my hat on and I start to walk
I mean,
away.
is that fine? Should we go now or should we eat first?
I mean,
I'm not entirely hungry.
I don't want to eat either, but I ain't taking the heat for this one.
But if we are to leave now, may I do one thing that I want to assure you?
Well, perhaps I was too hasty, and I should be more amenable.
I will not eat if we attempt to have dinner now.
All right, you may do what you will.
Please sit comfortably around the fireplace, wherever you see fit. And I will take out my naginata, and I'll even motion to Escher.
The lamps, please, be careful! I'll just move the chandelier 2 feet to the left just to dodge it.
Escher, you as well. This should only tingle a little bit. I assure you no harm will come to you.
What are you about?
I have written something for this very moment. My naginata will kind of glow in this bluish tinge for a moment as I pull it out, and I will set it on the ground as to not touch the fine carpet and the wood, and I will trace a ring around all of us using Ring of Peace. And for 1 minute, we choose 8 allies to have a short rest. And as I pace the room, I will say a small prayer that I've written. A crystal heart, throbbing, the most radiant beauty, bride veiled in shadow.
Nice.
It's a haiku.
A haiku.
That's a bit ominous.
I feel more at peace. Escher, Professor Azran, forgive me for my temper earlier. I have been feeling conflicted the past several days.
And forgive me, it's been a rough day.
Yes, it has.
Your minds are calmed and your souls have been soothed by the Ring of Peace.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Short rest.
God, when's the last time we had a short rest?
I know. I was like, I don't remember how to do this.
If we're leaving to go do more tower shenanigans, we better do
That
this.
was a damn good roll.
So, yes, I can take you to the creature, but it will be quite the task. Are you sure this is what you want to do?
I mean, I don't see it either any other way.
We have no choice.
We must.
Any warnings we should heed before we meet him? Any tributes we should bring to gain his favor?
I wouldn't be the person to know. I despise the foul thing, and I do my best to stay away from it as much as I can.
Understood.
Well, we'll figure it out when we get there.
All right, then. Are you ready? Your
Yes.
letter has been sent to the rambunctious tiny one.
Yes.
I'm sure she will be fine.
We should, however, probably get a move on before she reads it fully.
Yes, let's go, quickly. Come on, and I'll lead the way, and I'll go
I'll
up the
Scooby-Doo
stairs.
run up the stairs.
You quickly make your way out of the mansion, up into the room that you were given, and then once again, Escher begins to lead you through the castle. It's even darker now than it had been before. It's quiet, all but sounds of screaming that can be heard off in random corridors, randomly. Never in the same place, but you know that there are foul creatures in this place, unlike you could have ever imagined. And you haven't seen half of what this castle could expose to you. But with Escher's help, you are lucky that you don't meet any of them on your travels. Everything seems to steer clear of one of Strahdania's consorts. You're finally led into an area which looks familiar to you, the entranceway, where you had entered into Castle Ravenloft, where you'd turned and had dinner with Strahdania for the first and only time. He begins to lead you towards that dining area, but swiftly makes a turn directly to the left, a small door you hadn't noticed before. Well, the servants' dining quarters are in here, so this is where they come to play. I've warned you. He opens the door, and the smell of putrid flesh hits your nostrils far before your eyes fully adjust. Corpses dangle from chains shackled to the ceiling. Bodies in cages dressed up in the tattered garments of, a tea party? Vests and dresses, all of them holding cracked teacups. A large, rectangular wooden dining table sits in the very center, completely surrounded by chairs. Piles of corpses and skeletons line the walls. And at first, you see no movement. At first, it looks that you are in a room of the dead, until you notice that not all of the chairs are housed by the dead, but 3 forms sit at random points around the table. One of them, a hunched-over man, partially disfigured, his hands glowing with fire that he's having trouble controlling as his hands shaking, he slowly pours tea into a cracked cup as he hands it to a beautiful young girl who sits across the table from him, her eyes wide. She couldn't be more than 17. Her face is pale, her lips red as she smiles lovingly at the disfigured man that you know to be Ezek sitting across from her. And immediately to her right, propped up on plush pillows, moth-eaten and tattered, is the semblance of a clockwork man, a jester with a painted face. His leathers appear to be sewn together, bits and pieces of human skin. His facial expression meant to look jovial and comical, but slightly sinister, as they all enjoy their tea together, laughing. You watch as this young girl strokes the matted hair of this clockwork man, and he looks at her almost fondly. As all of them turn and look at you, immediately, almost quick as lightning, the clockwork man jumps from his chair and skitters over to you and draws a blade as Escher steps in front of you and looks down. I would think twice about that, you foul, loathsome beast. The clockwork man shrinks back.
They bring friends. Come in, join us for tea.
As he smiles at all of you, his wooden and it looks like wooden leather and bits of metal make up his face as it slowly creaks open into a partial smile, iron teeth shaved to a point. As he looks at all of you, bends over and ushers you towards the tea table. His eyes linger on Escher, hatred, but unwilling to make a strike at one of Strahdania's cohorts. You were warned. Take a seat.
You'll be here? You'll stay?
I will join you,
Oh.
but only because I must. Well,
Letter.
Piddlewick the Second. And you notice how he puts the emphasis on the second as Piddlewick's face gets angry and contorted. Let us have afternoon tea, or evening tea in this case. As he strides over towards the table, he pulls one of the chairs back. The wood grates on the cobbled, or on the stone floor as he sits at the table, and one of his boots thumps heavily onto the table as he crosses his legs and stares at Izek and this woman. They both look at him at first with anger and frustration. Izek makes a move, the fire in his hand starting to glow brightly as the woman reaches over.
No, Izek, don't. We can play with them. He's cute, but not as cute as you are, my love. Let us enjoy tea after supper, yes?
And she smiles at all of you. Her smile meeting her eyes, but there's an emptiness, a darkness behind it. As Piddlewick taps his foot.
Go, sit, all of you. Sit and enjoy tea.
How do you do, everyone? Have we met Izek before, or did we just see him from afar?
You have seen him from afar, but you've never actually met him. But he knows of you because of the Burgomaster.
My name is Professor Clayton Azran. This is my expedition. First, Izek, I'm sorry to hear about the Burgomaster. But we know of you, and we know how powerful you are. It's very impressive. And your name, and I'll reach out to shake Izek's hand.
He looks up at you, but he makes no motion to shake your hand. His eyes dart to the woman across the table from him, and she gives him a shallow smile, and you see as the embers on his fingers begin to extinguish slightly. He nods at her, but he says nothing back. As he gulps back a retort, you watch as he reaches to his side and he pulls up the decaying body of a Barovian villager. He pulls a pair of rusted silver shears out of his pocket and he begins to cut the hardening flesh from the body in pieces and scraps. And you see where he's created a pile as he takes a rusty needle and he begins to stitch the pieces together. You can see where a pocket had been formed and a button, and you realize that he is making the outfits for their guests. But he says no word to you.
All right. And you, young lady.
She reaches out and she grabs your hand.
Welcome.
What is your name?
Sit, Gertruda.
Gertruda.
Sit. Enjoy. This will be lovely. Oh, to have Izek and Piddlewick and new friends here this evening. The night before a wedding. How joyous. Join us. Join us.
Are there clearly enough open seats for all of us?
There are no open seats. In every single one of the chairs, there is a body that is, most of them at this point have fully decayed. Skeletons at best, with pieces of leathery skin hanging from them.
I'm going to walk over to one of the chairs. My hand is still on one of my pistols. And just under my breath, fucking hell. And I'm going to use my boot to kick the remains of one of these corpses out of the chair and then try to, scrape the crap off of whatever's on the seat and, pull it out and try to sit down.
You are able to do that.
Manu, I'll mage hand just push a body off a chair.
Are there any cushions, or is it just all chairs?
All chairs. There's only one seat that has cushions, and that's the one directly next to Gertruda that has that was for Piddlewick. And it's at this point you see as he's slowly climbing. He's maybe 2.5 feet tall at best as he's climbing up the chair and seating himself on the at the top of the cushions.
I'll wait to see where Victoria sits, and then I will just gently lift the dead body from where she's heading and offer her the seat. And I'll put the dead body carefully on the ground.
Oh, thank you. And I'll just slide into the seat and just...
I'll scoot her chair in. And then I'll clear off the seat next to her, and I'll sit next to her.
I'll grab the chair and I'll drag it back, and I'll just do kind of
dump truck motion.
It's part of the bone is caught on one of the filigreed metal irons, and it is shaking and shaking and rattling. The sound is echoing throughout this room. Izek doesn't even flinch as he continues to sew the skins together. Piddlewick claps and laughs. He seems to be enjoying this. Gertruda looks at Piddlewick with fond eyes as she strokes his hat, happy that he's enjoying this as the body finally tumbles down and you take your seat.
And you, Piddlewick, we hear you're quite a fine jester, is that right?
He turns and he looks at you. I need you to roll a deception check.
Do you roll your portents today?
I did. Should I twist it? I rolled a 1.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you,
think you might
chat.
want to.
Thank you for the twist.
Rolled a 9.
It's better.
Better than a 3.
Case roll insight.
Yeah, I do. And so you are lucky because I rolled an 8. So
Phew.
he looks at you for a moment, and his face, that perpetual sneer, almost looks more grotesque as a smile fully lights his face.
I am best. Best jester. Always. Would you like to see a trick?
Yes, please.
And he scampers back down, grunting and groaning as he makes his way. You hear the pattering as he moves across the room to one of the corners, and he begins throwing pieces of flesh, dead bodies here and there, until he comes out with 2 infant skulls, and he begins to start juggling them. He hops from one foot to the next. He flips himself over onto his head as he begins to juggle with his hands and his feet, the clanking of his mechanical body and the sound of the skulls smashing up against the pieces of this mechanical man. You see as shards of the bone fly this way and that as they crack. And just as he's finished, he splays out on the ground with one skull in one hand, one on the other, his legs crossed.
You like?
Very nice.
Lovely.
Incensed.
Very nice, everyone.
Incensed by your clapping, he stands up and tosses these skulls to the side as he sweeps into a bow.
Yes.
Would you like to hear a joke?
Bravo! Yes, please, encore.
Yes.
Why did the monkey fall out of the tree?
Why?
It was dead.
Isaac and Isaac and Gertruda burst into laughter as this horrific court jester sweeps into yet another bow.
Good one, Shepard, right?
Yeah, great.
It's funny enough to laugh, yes?
I'm laughing.
It's just how he laughs.
Time for a feast, then.
As he makes his way to yet another pile of bone, you see as he scrapes a rusted silver platter to the side, he starts to pull fetid, rotting meat onto the platter. He brings it over and hands it to Izek, who places it in the very center.
You will all eat now. Snacks.
This.
You watch as Gertruda, almost lifeless, reaches down and grabs a bone, just a pure bone, and begins to start gnawing on it.
That was lovely, Piddlewick. So lovely.
How old does she look?
No older than 17.
Okay, so like late teens. Any family resemblance to Mad Mary?
Easily. They're near exactly like just her, but
She
more
looks
youthful.
like her mom.
Yes.
From like 8,000 episodes ago.
Yeah. I see you reading chat.
No, that wasn't even. Anyway, Sonax loves meat.
Professor, yes, I actually take offense. Yes, it is a stereotype that my kind prefer to eat deceased remains of humanoids, but I do not partake in such behavior.
Escher thumps his boot onto the table as he switches his legs, keeping them crossed. He looks over at Piddlewick. I would partake, you know, but vampirism, I don't enjoy the flesh, just the blood. So you will excuse me for not enjoying your hideous meal. Piddlewick's body kind of irks up. They seem very frustrated at each other.
If you weren't hers, I would feast on you. Calm down, Piddlewick. It's fine. This makes me happy. This brings me joy, just as you do. Let us enjoy time together.
Yes.
I think that you'll find we're all unable to eat right now for the excitement we feel.
Piddlewick jumps up onto the onto his plush cushions.
You dare decline the feast we've laid before you. You dare decline to dine in the presence of Gertruda.
No, it's just that we're so excited to be here. We have much that we'd like to say to you. Questions to ask.
He looks between Gertruda and Escher, torn between two places, pure hatred and pure love, as she raises one hand and she pulls on his pantaloons.
Sit, Piddlewick. We will not force them to eat. You would not force me to eat, for I am of the living too.
He nuzzles into her, a look of pure wickedness, but a wicked love and devotion to her.
Just tea, then, for this lovely tea party.
Piddlewick's eyes narrow in on you as he once again reaches into his pockets and he pulls out bones. This time it appears to be that of a large rat and a large owl skull as he begins to juggle them, no longer speaking to you. Gertruda stands up and she grabs the pot of tea as she begins to pour it. The smell of it is putrid. The water, standing water for far too long, definitely never heated. A thick layer of moss and algae, bits and chunks of bugs and other things float to the top.
Please. We brewed it today.
As she takes a sip, you can see she's having a hard time drinking it, but she's trying to keep her countenance. This visage that she's putting on, this image, cracking just a little, but she drinks the tea.
I don't pretend to give up all of the habits of my kind. Extra flies, please.
She looks confused, but she pours a little more tea for you.
Does she seem undead at all? Like
roll a
vampire?
medicine check.
I think that's it's not great skills. That's like a 13.
Yeah, she even mentioned that she was one of the living, and as you look her over, you notice that there doesn't seem to be any bite marks on her. You are hearkened back to the journal that you read, Strahdania's journal, where she mentions allowing her in and allowing Anastasia to have her as a pet, and that she hadn't fed of her yet. And you, from what you can see, none of them have fed on her as of yet.
Would you like to maybe sample a different kind of tea? Probably one you haven't heard of before.
Indeed, right. I believe we both have partaken in different kinds of tea
Exactly
we bring
right.
from faraway lands.
Roll a persuasion check.
I also brought tea. But it does not have flies and
was
algae in it.
Was Kana helping me?
Yes, so you can roll at advantage.
That didn't count. It's a 3, a 12. That is a 14.
Piddlewick slams his hand on the table.
What we have isn't good enough for you.
Oh, no, I was just wanting to offer a variety, perhaps something new and exciting, and fresh from far-off lands. It's called Boggist Fog. Isn't that interesting?
Her eyes linger on you for a moment as she turns toward Piddlewick. She puts her hand on his mechanical knee.
We will allow it.
She looks at you, her face stone-faced. She reaches across the table and she strokes the hand of Izek. You watch as his body shudders at the touch of her.
I'll take my case up.
I like new things.
Yes.
Everything here has been new, and not at all what I expected. But you must do.
Lucas, one pot of tea, please.
Oh, I like that. It's different.
Yes. Well, we are quite different from what you may be used to in this land. A shepherd.
I like naming inanimate objects.
Oh, then you'll love judgment and redemption. Shepard's trusty weapons.
Her head kind of lolls back and forth, almost entranced by just your words.
Show me.
Show the lovely young woman my weapons.
Yes, they are inanimate objects that have names.
I'm gonna lean back and I will take redemption out of the left holster and kind of slam it on the table. Not without being in arm's reach of myself.
I'm going to kill you if you do that one more time.
You watch as Piddlewick stands up, his entire body large and impressive, almost as if he's grown 2 more feet from where he was. You see gears and things extended as he turns his head, his entire body still facing you, as his head turns towards Escher, who you see has been throwing small animal bones and hitting him squarely in the chest. It was an accident. I did not... my hand slipped.
Make sure the safety's on.
Piddlewick slowly lowers back down to his small form, up 2.5 feet. One eye firmly on Escher, his other eye firmly on you, as you unholster Judgment and Redemption.
Which one is this?
Well, this, of course, is redemption. Judgment's right here, and I'm still holding on to judgment. And redemption's just sitting in front of me on the table.
And why did you name them that?
Well, to be honest, I didn't make them. The man who made them, he had a penchant for naming the things that he invented and created, and well, he named them, actually.
A man naming weapons.
A doctor.
Yes.
Doctor.
The good Dr. Cogburn.
I enjoy that name. Cogburn. Like the cogs in my dearest Piddlewick.
And you see as she moves towards him and she spins one of the cogs in his chest.
Bit of a leap, but yes, sure.
Yeah, the doc was real good with contraptions and inventions and things.
Did you hear that, my sweet?
And she turns to Piddlewick.
The one who gave him those things was good with inventions like you.
Yes.
He could make you a friend. I don't need friends. I only need Gertruda.
He reaches out and he touches her face. She smiles into him. She turns and looks at you again.
I mean, that's kind of it. Just, it's what they are.
I like them.
Me too. Thank you.
Not to be confused with justice and redemption.
No, judgment.
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 It's
That
quite
was
a difference.
My
right?
mistake.
Right. Well, tea's ready, and the tea will float out.
Of course.
And I'll take the pot, and I'll take a couple of teacups
I'll
from
help
Lucas.
him. I'll just gently laying
And
down the
Magnum,
teacups.
and I'll just sort of go around and I'll pour everybody a cup. I'll set it in front of everybody. So hopefully you enjoy this tea as much as your local tea here.
She reaches out and she grabs the cup. Did you pour one for Piddlewick?
I did.
Piddlewick reaches out and takes the cup. You watch as he inspects it and slams it down on the table, causing it to crack, the tea spilling everywhere. He then begins to lick. A long, leathery tongue spills out, rolls out from his mouth as he begins to lick and lap up the tea from the inside of the broken cup. Gertruda smiles at him, giggles a little. Izek seems completely unfazed, only occasionally looking up and With pure longing at Gertruda across the tables, he continues to stitch the human skins together. She picks up her teacup and she takes a soft sip, and you see almost a full heave of relief. The taste of real tea as she begins to almost gulp down the tea. She holds out the cup for another. Piddlewick looks at you, his eyes boring into you, one of them rolling around in his head lifelessly.
I'll mage hand her another pour.
And she consumes that one. She reaches out for a third.
I'll just keep this going.
And she begins to nurse
More tea,
slowly.
please. I'll yell down another case.
While they're all pouring tea and distracted, I want to peer over my teacup around the room and try to kind of foster more information about the space that Piddlewick is in, if there's any clues about the heart here that I may glean.
Roll a perception check.
Ooh, 24.
Looking around the room, you're easily able to see that this looks to be a dumping ground, that there appears to be a haphazard chute in the 4 different corners of the room where the bodies themselves are being dumped. You are able to look and see that 2 of the bodies in the top of one of these piles you recognize. They had been chained together. You had been they had pleaded with you for their salvation. Their bodies now severely tortured, beginning to decay on the top of this pile, but it seems to be nothing more than that. This room itself has been, there are 3 beds in one corner, one very small, matching the sizes of the 3 people that you're with. This appears to be the place that they stay, and there's nothing more to glean from that. This is just their macabre tea party.
No doors that I can see that may
Just
be
the one
leading-
that you came in through.
Okay.
How long have you been in the castle, Gertruda?
Time goes by so quickly and so slowly all at the same time. Who knows? But it's been lovely learning how to be royalty.
I'm sure.
Polite conversation I'm engaging in. Are you aware of which castle you are in?
Oh, Castle Ravenloft, of course.
I see. And I like to look around.
If I do what I'm told, Anastasia promises I will get to meet the Countess. So I smile, and we party.
I see.
You haven't met her yet.
No, but I will. I can't wait to meet her. And Anastasia tells me that as long as I do as I'm told, as long as the young learns, one day I will be mature enough to meet her.
Well, I'm sure that will happen one day. Where are you from, Gertruda?
The village of Barovia.
Oh, I thought so.
Now I live here.
I see. Well, I have a surprise for you. Are you ready?
Yes,
Guess what it is?
the blood of the innocent.
No, something happier.
A fresh kill.
Let me just give it to you. Curio and my case will open up and I'll reach down and I'll say, remember her?
Molly.
You do remember
How
her?
did you find her? Oh, your eye is just where I left it.
Yes.
Mostly off of your face.
Well,
Oh,
we happened to be traveling through Barovia village and we ran into your mother. We let her know that we were coming up here for a wedding and she asked us to give you the doll and maybe, I think that she misses you dearly and perhaps you should go pay her a visit.
I can't.
Why not?
Anastasia says I must stay. I must mature so that I can meet Stradania.
What if we
Oh,
helped
Molly. Ah.
you take a vacation?
We all die together. Oh, we do, don't we? We all die together.
Well, just consider it and maybe ask for just maybe like a week. Just a week at home.
You see a look of anger on Piddlewick's face as he watches his Gertruda, begin to love on and hold on to morbid Molly. You can see as his anger begins to build.
Well, maybe later. Just wanted to give you that. Do I see any like change of recognition, like of a different person?
Quick as a
almost?
flash, you see as he rips the doll from Gertruda's hands, severs the neck from its body, but not fully, completely. Nearly headless Molly is now hanging there as he begins to toss it. Almost quick as lightning, Gertruda grabs it.
Piddlewick, you've made it even better for me. Oh, you sweet thing.
She stands up on near tiptoes as she places a kiss on the Clockwork Man's cheek. A smile, vicious, evil, haunting, graces his face.
Yeah, I tried. Well, anyway, it's been lovely. Piddlewick, we hear you are very skilled with contraptions yourself.
I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Knife in the chest.
Come on. Come on, D&D Beyond. I know it's plus 13, so it's 24.
You hear the sound before you see it as a knife whizzes towards you. You dodge the side as it sticks into the wooden carvings at the very back of your chair.
Ah, missed.
Oh.
Yes, I do tricks. Only tricks for the misses.
Well, Victoria here is soon to be betrothed to the lady of this castle.
Yes, boring thing.
Yes, but we, Stradania and I, were hoping maybe you could play part in the wedding. Do tricks for all of us. Lead games for our guests.
Roll a deception check.
Thank God you're
You're good at that.
Would you say deception?
Yep.
Look good.
30.
Yeah,
Oh, yes, baby.
His eyes alight.
Yes. Oh, Piddlewick would love to entertain Cathedral full of guests. We'll do it.
Well,
If the missus agrees.
And he turns and looks longingly down at Gertruda. Her face falls as she cradles the near headless form of morbid Molly.
I don't know. I don't want to be without you, Piddlewick. You're my true friend. It's been so long without Molly. The loneliness is difficult. No, I don't think I will. I don't think I'll let you.
but Miss Gertruda, you would of course accompany Piddlewick as his honored guest and meet the Countess at the wedding.
Roll a persuasion check.
Pretty good.
25.
What's with these
She
necks?
looks at, she's looking down, slowly tilts her head up, her eyes angle up towards you.
You can make that happen.
Of course.
I have matured enough. I'm ready.
I don't see why not.
I'm not sure what the drinking age is in Barovia, but I'm sure we could make some arrangements.
Of course.
And
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
yes. And all I have to do is allow Piddlewick to go to the wedding.
Oh, just about, yes. There is one other thing.
What?
Something that we're looking for in the castle. We think that you and Piddlewick might be able to help us.
I Don't leave this room, I can't help you. But, Piddlewick, do you know of what they speak?
His eyes roll towards you. His head lolls to the side. He shakes his head no.
Well, Professor, would you like to tell them?
Yes, if you could join us to the highest tower in the castle, and perhaps we hear that there's a door that's very special that you alone can enter.
Being the great Piddlewick.
Yes, very great and powerful.
His smile broadens.
It throbs. It pulses.
Ah, so you do know it.
We thought you would.
Fear. I love the taste of fear.
Well, so what,
The
Victoria?
air tastes fresh there.
Would you take us there
Let you in?
and let us in? Yes.
Can I watch?
Yes, that's fine.
Yes,
All right.
if the mistress wills it.
Meaning the fact that Victoria is asking you as her soon-to-be wife.
Gertruda is the missus.
Oh, all right.
Will you
Gertruda?
allow that?
When? When will you take him?
Now would be perfect.
Ideal, yes. It will give you plenty of time to prepare yourself for the wedding tomorrow.
For the first time, you see Isaac tilt his head up.
We could have some alone time together, Gertruda.
And his face brightens. A flush rushes to his cheeks. She shrinks back a little and giggles.
I didn't need to say it in front of everyone. Yes, you can take him. But he must return in one piece.
Yes,
We'll take very good care of him.
of course.
All right, well, this has been
Yes.
lovely. Hopefully you enjoyed the tea. Are we ready to go?
Finish off the rest of the tea.
Excellent.
Delicious.
Yes.
Yes.
It was lovely to meet you. Congratulations. I'll see you at the wedding.
Yes, thank you, dear.
You look really tired.
Thank you, dear.
I'm sure they'll have makeup.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Sure they will.
Goodbye. Piddlewick, please lead the way. Piddlewick, please.
He jumps from his seat and begins to skitter towards the door, saying nothing. He wrenches it open. He bows as he looks at you and points the way.
All right.
Get me out of this nightmare room.
Just through here. All right, let us go. Yes.
Escher follows behind quickly, and as he walks forward, you see as he stumbles for a second, as he looks over, he grabs Piddlewick by the scruff of his collar and pulls him up eye to eye, and Piddlewick looks down at him with a gleeful grin.
Naughty, naughty. You don't want me to lead you astray now, do you?
Put him down, Escher, please.
You foul loose creature.
Stop it.
He places him on the ground and he pats his head a little harder than would be appropriate.
Very well done. Thank you.
As we're
Piddlewick.
leaving, I'd like to kind of poke my head back into like the tea party as like I kind of have like another thought, and I like to lean in, and if Gertruda's still there, I'd say, Miss Gertruda, did your mother correct in saying you were a fan of dream pastries?
Yes.
How many may you have eaten in your lifetime, if you had to guess?
I eat them every day. I have one in my pocket if you'd like.
I would recommend perhaps taking a break from dream pastries as a healer by trade.
I couldn't imagine it. They're delectable.
Very well.
You would want to save room for the wedding cake tomorrow, would you not? I'm sure it'll be extra delicious.
I'll only have 1 or 2 before bed.
Very well.
Good day.
You're welcome anytime. The party is ever going.
Enjoy. Thank you. All right, Piddlewick, please, quickly, if you could. Thank you.
Piddlewick begins to lead you through the castle. Up one floor and down the other. I need you all to roll a perception check for me.
Oh, fuck.
Nickelodeon. Woo! Sorry.
I was doing more.
Is it perception?
Frankenstein. 19.
17.
23.
23.
I am strong.
22.
Sarnax and Shepard, I need you both to roll dexterity saving throws for me, please.
Oh, that's cocked.
That's a good one.
That'll be a natural 20 plus 23.
Got it.
28.
You will both only take half damage.
Oh,
As you move throughout the entirety of the castle, on multiple occasions, Clayton, Escher, Kana, Victoria, you're all able to sense when Piddlewick's misdeeds are about to happen. But Sarnax and Shepard, you are unable to notice it, as Shepard, you are pushed down a flight of stairs.
Son of a
Your
bitch.
reaction time is quick, as you're able to right yourself without fully plummeting to the bottom, taking 21 points of damage.
Shepard!
Was it like 30 flights? Jesus.
and as soon as you get up,
Sarnax, you don't notice, as the rest of your party does, the sound of something flying through the air as a tiny dagger embeds itself into your abdomen. You take 21 points of piercing damage, but you're able to move in a way that it does not pierce any of your internal organs.
Could I, having perceived this, potentially use my reaction to intervene said dagger and rush to an ally and take the damage myself?
You are able to take the damage on yourself as you rush in front of the...
Sarnax! Be careful!
Did you just attempt to stab my cleric?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It almost
We're taking
did.
this hallway now.
As he turns and walks down the hallway.
someone important almost got hurt.
I would have been very upset. It's fine. It's fine.
Is this just regular piercing?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I'm glad we're just brushing over the fact he pushed me down 35
I can't help you there, Stephen. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Do we
Dash
see
down
these
the
things
stairs
that
off-
he's doing?
I don't need your
He's
sympathy.
definitely doing
So these are
that.
not like preset traps in the castle.
No,
These are things that he's
this
just
is him
fucking
being
with
a
us.
little shit.
Okay.
I thought I was gonna fall on the stairs and get pushed into Shepard. So I would be concerned, and I'd like to go help Shepard out when he gets pushed down the stairs.
It's too late for that. Sorry, I actually fucked up. I know that you don't really care about me.
Shepard, I'm sorry.
Cold-blooded son of a bitch.
I had a near daggered experience, and thank goodness Kana just got stabbed instead of me.
Yes, thank goodness.
Shepard,
Thank you, Garrett.
Shepard, forgive me, please.
Garrett slit your path.
You know, when I heard of a mechanical man that Blinsky was interested in, you know how fond I am of Blinsky's toys.
I'm aware.
I thought that this fellow might be charming, but I think I don't care for it.
Now, Shepard, don't blame your own clumsiness on our friend here.
Of course not.
Thank you. Please, my good man.
He
Throughout
tugs on Kana's robe.
Can I have my dagger back?
I'll kneel down, not breaking eye contact with him, and I'll just hand it back to him.
Thanks.
He takes it and he puts it in his pocket as he turns and continues to walk.
Throughout the entirety of this journey, having left that horrible room that we were in, I would like to have been studying this mechanical man and use Hunter Sense on him.
Okay.
So basically what I need to know is damage immunities, resistance, or vulnerabilities, and what they are if they're not hidden from divination magic.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, if it's relevant, or if it's not, don't sweat it. I just, I'm ready to fucking bust the cap in this moment.
Don't you dare, Shepard. This is all we have. Everything's ruined if you do.
Oh no.
Let's see. So you need immunities, etc.
Yeah, if you could.
He's immune to poison. He's immune to paralyzed, petrified, poison, necrotic, radiant.
Ooh.
And that's it.
Okay. Does he have any vulnerabilities vulnerabilities?
No.
Could we presume he's a construct?
Yes.
Got it.
Ooh. Small construct.
Cool. Perfect.
Neutral evil.
All right, that's all I needed.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job leading us through this castle, so I would please do continue. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Well done. Glad.
Well, I should say...
I said it was down this hall.
Oh, well, let's go down this hall, everyone. Shepard, watch your step.
Yes, Shepard's clumsiness has reminded me that we were told there's many traps about.
Did no one else
Perhaps you should be more careful in checking around for things like that.
How could I have forgotten?
Yes.
Shepard, I saw you were not clumsy at all.
No,
I was the...
Sarnax.
Please, down the hallway, everyone.
Yes. All right.
Shepard, I know you're not clumsy.
Thank you.
Just, I know,
Yes.
no matter what they say, I know you're not clumsy.
Yep, Sarnax, thank you. I understand. Thank you.
You continue to walk. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour passes. You feel like you've been climbing stairwell after stairwell after stairwell. I need you all to roll a perception check.
I can't wait for 21 to not be good enough. Well,
Ooh,
tell me what fate befalls poor Shepard now.
22.
28.
I got the same. I had a 17.
I got a 14.
Here we go
20,
again.
Oh, God. 21.
You all make your way ahead. As Sarnax, you feel a pressure at the back of your knees.
That's
Piddlewick
normal.
lunging himself into you. As the muscles give way, you crumble to your knees and smack your head squarely on the stone floor.
You're nailed! Sarnax!
God, Sarnax! I'm gonna rush to Sarnax and try to help him up. Jesus!
Taking.
Damn it!
19 points of damage as you slam into the stone. You hear the piddling sound of Piddlewick as he moves away.
I'm gonna try to help him up. Are you all right?
Oh, my head, my nail. I'm reaching.
Just put that back.
As I'm helping him up,
I got it.
under my breath, but to Sarnax, and so that nobody else can hear it. As I'm helping Sarnax, I'm gonna kill this little shit.
Did anyone else see
It
that?
is just as you say that you feel it around your neck, a small, thin wire. As Piddlewick pulls it tighter, you are choking and choking and choking. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
He's gonna fucking garrote me in front of my friends?
Yeah, so can you roll a dexterity saving throw for me, please?
I think so. Piddlewick! Stop that right now!
23?
You are able to shake him off quickly, but a thin line appears on your neck where the thin wire was able to pierce into the skin just a little bit. A faint trickle of blood as Piddlewick hits the floor. A giggle erupts from him as he skitters again down the hallway.
This way!
Are you all right?
Fucking kill him.
No.
I'm gonna fucking tear him limb from limb.
Sarnax, your lantern.
Oh, thank you, Carnage.
There
How's
will
your nail?
be a time for that, Shepard. Just not now, please. Keep it together.
I broke my nail.
Oh no.
Can you, Shepard? Are you all right?
I'm fucking bleeding.
Here, I will stay back and will hopefully fix all of this. Come hang back with me. Perhaps we can avoid his gaze in the back.
Yeah, all right. Let's keep moving.
All right, I'll follow after.
You hear a loud shriek as Escher up ahead. You horrific piece of shit, I will kill you! As you see steam rising off of him, Piddlewick holding a small vial of holy water. As Escher's trying to pull the parts of his clothes. I will fucking end you!
Where did you find that?
Escher, you all right?
In this castle?
Oh my god.
I'm fine.
I'm terrified.
How much fucking farther do we have to go?
Not too long now, right, Piddlewick the Second?
Not much farther now. 2 more flights and we're there.
It's just a flesh wound. Escher.
It is but a flesh.
I'll put my hand gingerly on your neck and cast Cure Wounds. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on my finger to hopefully reattach the nail. And
I'll give it to you, sure.
Thank you. So you get 10 points of healing, and I
Your
I
nail
get 8.
flies up into the
I get
air.
8.
It begins to poke. I need you all to roll initiative against
No!
Yes. Oh
This
my
is the
god.
Addams Family special I was looking for.
Yes. Oh my god. Piddlewick is devious.
Yes.
I cast animate object and all 10 of Sarnax's fingers. It's fine.
It is, yeah. You're able to do that. You all regain your composure. Escher seems to be calmed down after having Shepard speak to him first, shocked as he gains his composure and motions for everyone to follow. You make your way up a few more flights of stairs before you find yourselves spilling out into a long bridge on a parapet that leads to a tall tower, the tallest tower of Ravenloft. And as you step foot outside, you can hear it. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. You can feel it beneath your feet as the stones reverberate beneath you. Piddlewick motions for all of you to stop, and he thinks for a second, looking at all of you and looking down over the vast drop on either side of this bridge that leads towards this tower room. And you see the thought cross his face. Imagine this was where Piddlewick the First plummeted to his death. But he controls himself as he turns and heads towards the door. You can almost feel the magic humming here. The darkness that enshrouds this place. As Piddlewick makes his way to the door, he pulls a small tool out of his pocket and he begins to fumble with the door. It takes him 15, maybe 20 minutes to finally disarm the trap on the door as it slowly creaks open. It is with that Piddlewick motions you towards the door. As you get to it, you can barely see anything at all inside. A faint red mist swirls in front of you, not exiting the room, but it is there all the same, shrouding the insides from your vision. The thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, getting louder and faster with every step you take towards the door. Escher steps back and shakes his head. I'll wait out here for you. I'll escort the little shit back to the kitchens and come back to retrieve you. But that is not for me.
And you're sure it's just the door, and we're gonna be alright to pass through?
Well, he looks down at Piddlewick. If we can trust that it's done its job, then yes, but there's no way to tell.
Hells.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Now, my reward.
And he holds out his hand.
The reward is a job well done.
Yes.
No, give me a thing. A token of your appreciation.
A token. Let me take a quick look here. What do you like, Mr. Piddlewick?
Gifts.
Gifts? How about... Oh, I know what you'll like. This is perfect. This has been in my case this whole time and I haven't touched it. Manum, and I'm going to use my mage hand to reach into the case and pull out a small knife. And I'll say, how about this?
Yes.
I'll remove the
I
small
like
knife.
this.
He looks at all of you.
Yes. I like this.
Enjoy.
Good luck.
When he was unlocking the door, was he using like parts of his appendages and hands to do it, or was it like a key?
He had like a ring of tools, but he was also using parts of himself. You would see that he would open up his stomach and pull out things, and some of which seemed to be attached.
So do we get the sense that basically, like, if before he had disabled it, if like any one of us just stepped to the door, we get fucking like vaporized?
You could see the faint shift of magic that
it.
is gone.
Got it.
Okay.
And he spent some time doing it, so things were kind of like there were knobs turning and whatnot, so it seemed like very specific to him. There wouldn't be anything that we could...
Yeah, I mean, you can't be sure that some of what he was doing wasn't bullshit, but at least what he did, the end result, resulted in that magical shift evaporating.
Piddlewick, is there anything else we should be concerned with as we pass through this doorway?
Yes.
I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw, please.
I want to impose this advantage.
I'm just gonna, natural one. I'm gonna let this happen. 4. I deserve this.
He rushes at you and pushes you off of the parapet. Does anyone want to do anything? As Piddlewick rushes at Kana and pushes, he lets out a loud cackle as he throws her from the top of this bridge.
Oh, I was expecting a knife. Not shoved up.
I will immediately leave. What are you doing? And I'm going to try to grab onto part of her.
Roll a roll act. What would you say for him trying to grab it? Would it be a
Maybe
like
like a dexterity
save-
check. Just a
or
dexterity
dexterity
check. Probably just a dexterity check.
At the same time, I'll try to grab Piddlewick to like pull him.
Is anyone helping?
I would have done the same thing and tried to go for that little shit.
I should have just used Indomitable.
Snatch him up by the goddamn
I
neck.
don't know why I just allowed this to happen. Level 19 character, like
I'm going to
anything.
twist it.
Taken down by a...
I thought it was just gonna be a knife. I didn't think I was gonna get shoved off the fucking bridge.
I alluded to what he was thinking about when you guys walked up here.
But I figured he liked the gift that we gave him and that he was in a good mood. Damn it.
I think this is him in a good
The DC was 15. You are able to grab onto part of Kana's robes and pull her forward. She stumbles into you as both Shepard and Victoria grab onto Piddlewick. He struggles against you for a minute and then goes limp as his head tilts up and he looks at you both and smiles.
What gods, man?
I'm gonna throw him off the fucking goddamn tower.
Piddlewick, I will remember that.
There will be time for that, Shepard. Goodbye. Escher, please come back.
I'll release my
come
grasp
back.
of it.
I'll meet you in the room when you're finished. If you're ever finished. Let's go, you little shit. And he turns and he begins to walk away, kicking Piddlewick along. Piddlewick seems to enjoy it. He's very happy with what was almost the death of Kana.
I owe you all my life. I was not expecting that.
I had plenty of tricks up my sleeve, and there was not a chance that could have gone poorly. It's fine. Everyone's fine.
Thank you.
Everyone is fine. I'm concerned if we are to go against Shadanya von Zarovich and an entity known as the Blood Queen, if that tiny mechanical creature gave us the runaround as well as he did. I am concerned at our fortunes, so to speak.
And just for the future, does everyone have like a preference of bird? Just in case, just asking for a friend.
I don't care for birds. I've grown quite a bit as a person.
It wasn't me.
Just in
Why would you
case
ask that?
anyone
It's
else
fine.
gets pushed off of a parapet, in case I need to save you and transform you magically. Is there a form that might best suit your survival?
Yeah, one that's not flightless.
All right, so as long as it flies, all right, okay.
Yeah, that'll
So
work.
no penguins or ostriches or emus or cassowaries or kiwis or well, platypus isn't a bird at all. So, all right, got it.
I echo his sentiment. Anything that flies.
I do not care for birds.
Any flying reptiles you prefer?
Reptiles cannot fly.
Isn't a bird a kind of...
You've never seen a flying reptile?
I have never seen a flying reptile, no.
All right, noted.
Can reptiles fly? I like to look off the bridge.
Let us proceed, Thomas.
Yes.
You're all standing there.
Of course.
The sounds of Escher and Piddlewick arguing slowly fade away to silence as you all stare into this simple door frame, a simple wooden door blocking you from this thing that you're supposed to be so afraid of, this thing that Escher is so fearful of, this thing that repels Strahdanya herself. And yet, all you see is darkness and a faint, thin red mist. Soft thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump beneath your feet and in your ears. What do you do?
So are we, like, at the bottom of the tower?
So,
Like, at the door?
you went up a tower,
Okay.
and then you went out a door, and there was a long, like, bridge that had
It's like a little
two
mini
drops, like a little mini bridge.
Okay.
And there's a tower that comes up from that, and there's a door on that you're looking into. So you're essentially outside right now.
Okay.
And you have, like, the wind battering at you.
How tall is the tower in front of us now?
It is 100 feet tall.
Okay.
All right,
So
this is it.
upward.
Nowhere.
Go left.
Nowhere but forward. And up.
I will walk immediately through the doorway.
Steel yourselves.
Clayton, you walk into the doorway. And for a second, you feel yourself, and you seem to be completely in control of your body. You have not succumbed to death. The trap was effectively disabled. And as your eyes slowly come to, this room, all the way up to the very top, is shrouded in a thin red mist. And hanging in the very center, glowing with an eerie red glow, is a pulsing crystalline heart. But as you look at it, it looks like it could be real. But no, it's definitely made of crystal. No, it is definitely real. It looks exactly the way you would expect a human heart to look, and yet there is something not quite right. As you breathe in, the thump-thump, 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 thump-thump is slamming in your ears. All of you have now spilled forth. You're all seeing this image. You all stand almost in awe, staring at this thing as if you can't look away. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. It feels like someone's pounding in your ears. You can feel it beneath your feet. Thump-thump, 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 thump-thump. I need you all to roll a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Yeah, that's good.
Wisdom.
Yep.
Oh, I'm terrible at that.
Oh boy. I got an 18.
Oh god.
I also got an 18.
Can I twist? I
Yes.
guess.
Yeah, you may.
Yeah.
I got a 29.
Very nice.
I got a 20.
Oh my god, you're killing me. I got a 7
Turn the
again.
music up a little bit.
Yeah. Did anybody get above a 20?
I got an 8. Oh, I got 820 now.
29.
You are able to keep your composure as Victoria, Shepard, Kana, and Sarnax begin babbling to themselves. You feel like your mouths are not your own as you begin to start speaking in an unknowable language, a language you yourself don't understand. As the words begin to tumble out of your mouth, this inhuman speech, your saliva begins to pool all over your vestments, your armor. As you look up at this thing and you can't stop yourself from stopping or from speaking, you try to cover your mouths, but you don't feel like you have full control of your body as your arms shoot back down and you continue to babble at this thing. What do you do, Clayton?
Hold yourselves together! This is the power! I want to try to use to see if I can get any sense of the magic of what this is, or if I can kind of discern
Roll an
anything
Arcana
from
check.
this. Oh, that is a skills 22.
You look between your friends and this thing, and you move away from them, the babbling, the thum-thum, 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 thum-thum pounding in your ears, almost like a wicked song playing behind you as you move up towards this thing and you go to put your hand close to it. And yes, it is both crystal and flesh, both heart and not heart at the same time, but it is so out of your element of magic that you can't even grasp this thing in front of you. As all of you feel the babbling stop.
Oh, little...
And you're able to regain your voices again.
What was that?
You alright?
I think I'm gonna be sick.
It's alright, it's just tricks.
The thumping is so loud.
It's just tricks. I don't understand anything about this. It's
Professor?
both a fleshy heart and a crystal at the same time. I don't understand.
So are we downstairs while he's up there?
You are standing in the very center. He is, there's a spiral staircase that you would have had to have ascended to get close enough to look at it that close. So yes, all four of you are down at the very bottom. Clayton is up towards the top.
So we're babbling at the bottom, there's staircase,
Yes.
Clayton's at the top looking at the heart.
Yes.
Okay.
I
It is
need everyone up here,
suspended in the
please.
air.
All right, we're coming. We're coming. Come on.
Yes.
Mind your footings.
Are there any runes or any clue of what this is? Sonax, you take a look, please, too. I want to just sort of like go around the room and try to investigate to see if I can find any kind of runes or levers or like anything that would be related to the workings of this.
Roll investigation check.
You touched it?
No, he
No,
only
I-
put his hand close
Jesus,
to it.
thank God.
Did you fucking touch it?
Investigation is a 16.
You look around the room and you see no levers, you see nothing. There's nothing suspending this thing in the air. It just simply is. I will say you see faint tendrils that seem to be almost like veins connected from it and into the very stone of the castle itself, pulsing. Dum-dum, dum-dum, dum-dum.
I don't. This is just a heart. That's all there is. And this red mist veins going into the stone.
Part of this place, it seems.
I will take a look, yes, as you asked, Professor.
Please.
I will assist you, Sonax.
Thank you. And I want to try to look into it, see if I can find a weak point, see if I can get any kind of, do I get the sense that fire is going to damage this thing? Or whatever I can. It might be probably incomprehensible.
Roll an Arcana check.
Oh, Arcana. I fail.
It's incomprehensible.
I do not know. I cannot even tell what this is.
Shepard, do your senses suggest anything?
I have never seen anything like this in my entire fucking life.
Professor, the babbling that you heard from all of us come out in unison. Had you heard that speech before?
This is an interesting question for the DM. So I can understand all languages. Did I understand it?
No.
You're right. My third eye, it's been open to all languages of Avantris, and I did not understand a word.
We were prepared for this.
I need you to all roll a wisdom saving throw.
I used to have the dice this time.
Oh, good.
Got an 18 again.
Oh, that's a roll.
Whiz.
Just shy.
27.
17.
I think I failed.
I'm gonna use my last lucky die on this.
That's
That
cocked.
That's definitely cocked.
Uh-oh.
That's not cocked,
That's not cocked at all.
unfortunately.
16.
Anyone who rolled above a 20? Kana, you watch this time as all of your friends begin to, their bodies go slightly limp, as all of you begin to see in front of you Kana, a strange being rip forth from her chest, tentacles sprouting this way and that, dark shades of purple and black. There is something making its way out of Kana, and you're watching it as it begins to devour her.
Shepherd, kill it! Kill it!
What is wrong?
Shoot it!
Yeah, I would draw my weapons and see if I would try to burn
it
get a
as
clear shot
well.
on this thing without shooting Kana.
Sure, roll to attack.
It's gonna be.
Do I just see them all go limp? I don't hear them screaming.
You see them all go limp for a second, and then their eyes go wide as they're all looking at you and yelling at you.
What is it? What is it? Is it my eyes? Have I lost my eyes again?
What's your AC there, Kana?
Yeah,
22.
Okay. Well, one will miss. The other two will definitely hit. But again, I'm trying to see if I can hit this thing without hitting her.
Right. So roll damage.
Unless I'm absolutely insane and I've lost my mind and I can't do anything right.
I would be doing the same with my lantern.
It's going to be 11 plus 7 is 17. And then 8, 9, 10, 11, 18 plus 17 is 35. For two attacks?
What kind of damage?
Force, cold, and fire.
Okay, that's gross.
Or radiant.
You take the damage. Shepard, you watch as you shoot into this thing. One of your bolts misses, but the other two are able to find true as you watch as it hits into this strange creature, repelling it for a second. It has done what it needed to do. You can kill this thing, and you know that to be true. Kana, you watch as Shepard pulls out his weapons, and he blasts 2 shots directly into you. You see where the bolts bury themselves into your chest, blood spilling out over you. The pain is immense. Your friends have begun to attack you.
Stop! You're all mad! You're all mad! I'm
guiding
fine!
ball is heading to your chest. As I call forth holy fire out of my lantern towards this horrible...
Kana, there was a creature in your chest! You're transforming!
I got a 30 to hit.
Yep.
Okay.
And it does 32 points of radiant damage.
Okay. How much damage is that in total?
67 total.
Thank you.
So far.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that. Snap out of it! You are all mad!
How do we
Why are you
perceive
shooting me?
So we perceive it as it's actually working.
You are all hallucinating that there is this horrific creature that is ripping itself out of Kana's chest. And though she's yelling at you, don't worry about this, as she opens her mouth, it sounds as if she's screaming in utter agony.
We're going to help you, Arcanus! And I'm going to shoot arcane bolts out of my finger.
Okay.
Which, like, auto hit or something?
No, it's just Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, it's not magic.
It's
Kana,
just
what did you
Eldritch
eat?
Blast.
It was the tea!
What's your AC?
Was it the tea?
22.
Please tell me some of these
Maya.
miss. Please tell me some of these
It was
miss.
not the tea, you're all mad! Stop shooting at me! I'm gonna try and, like, run for cover in this room. I have no idea where
You begin to run, heading down the stairs. You all watch as Kana begins to turn to run, and you see that whatever this thing is has fully made its way out of her body as it wraps these red tentacles around her body and begins to drag her down the stairs. You watch as she's being dragged down the stairs. Kana, you are running as you feel this much of damage slam into your back, one right after the other.
One misses, and I
Okay.
just don't do damage, so this is only 14. It's only 20 damage. So 20. You take 20 force damage.
Force. Okay.
As the last of the blasts hits into your back, you stumble and fall part of the way down the stairs. As all of you come to, Kana is lying partially broken on the stairs. 2 wounds in her chest where Shepard's, where Judgment and Redemption had found their mark. Part of her skin and her hair singed by Sarnax's radiant fire. Her clothes tattered due to Clayton's arcane magic.
I'm gonna try and, like, run around the corner if I'm still up?
You clamber up. You're breathing heavily as you make the way the rest of the way down the stairs, running as quickly as you can and pressing your back up against the circular stairwell, trying to hide from your friends.
Connor, is the thing dead?
My gosh, Connor, you all right?
I'm just gonna be completely silent and waiting for them to come down the stairs to like attack one of them, like bonk them in the head. Whoever comes around the corner first. I'm just trying to be quiet. I don't know, do I need to roll stealth? with my
stealth.
plate armor? What is that? Stealth?
You're not disadvantaged though.
+2, so 17.
Okay.
I think
Is it gone?
I think it took her to its lair.
We have to go, we have to save her!
Professor, I do not want to risk us going into a hive of slithering, gibbering monsters.
We can't just leave her. You saw that thing, it was horrific.
Shepard.
Yeah.
Track the monster down.
All right, I'll try. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck that was.
Did the heart do that to her? Couldn't it do it to any one of us?
It could.
Sorry,
It's okay.
We need to kill the heart, but we can't let Connor die. We need to save her.
I could have sworn that the last of your arcane bolts had killed it, Professor, but there could be more. If it ripped out of Connor's insides, imagine what it's already done. She could have been turned.
Thump, 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 thump. You all suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh, God.
Jeez Louise. All right. That's not good.
Where is that? Hit point?
No, you do it on conditions.
Conditions.
And it tells you exactly what the conditions do. Disadvantage on ability checks.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's really, really, really bad. All right, everybody, just let's all just calm down for a second. I just gotta catch my breath. All right. And then turning away from the heart and back down towards the steps, I'm gonna shout, Connor! Connor, are you there?
Did you sense
wait.
the beast?
I'm just waiting for him to come around the corner.
I mean, no, right? I wouldn't sense a beast.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to sense. It's not
Nope.
there. I'm gonna
Hiding
go.
from us.
I'm gonna go look for her. All right, just. I'm not gonna go far. She couldn't have gotten far. I'm not gonna leave the tower.
No,
I'll pray
please.
to Elmater for this.
Don't go far.
I won't leave the tower.
I'm gonna grasp my prayer beads and ask Elmater to reveal the secrets within 30 feet. Looking for the monster.
Yeah, you do that, but you find no secrets, no monster. I would say that would reveal a stealth person. I would say you could sense Kanna's presence down below, but no monster.
She's here. Kana? I can sense her.
All right,
Are you
Connor.
all right?
We know you're down there. Do you think she alive?
I don't know. She must be. Are you okay?
Be careful.
Do I know what's happening? Like, have I seen this sort of madness overcome my friends before?
No, nothing quite like this before.
Monster
I
must
would
be
say you
holding
could
her.
definitely tell they weren't in their right minds.
Yeah.
It was quite obvious to you that you were perfectly fine and that they were all seeing something in unison.
But I've seen the professor go mad in a similar way in the dungeons, and that we were able to get him to snap out of it by attacking him when we were in the dungeons of Ravenloft.
You've seen charms and things like that, and
Yeah.
I would say you would be smart enough at this point to know that
Okay.
that kind of thing could work.
Okay.
Shepard, track her down, and let's find her.
I'm going to holster redemption. So my left hand is free, and I still have judgment in my right hand. For a second, I'm going to reach into my pack, and again, I'm going to pull out a bit of just a tuft of direwolf fur that we had from when we
way back in the day.
Yep, and my eyes will open and briefly flash fiery, and as I cast locate creature, looking for Kana.
You immediately locate Kana at the bottom of the stairs. She is directly on the inside of the spiral staircase that goes up, her body pressed up against the stones.
Yeah, she's here. Kana, I know you're here. It's okay. I'm coming down to make sure you're all right.
I don't sense the monster anymore. I think we're okay.
There's no monster. I mean, I don't. And I'm gonna
Killed
very.
it. It's dead. It's
I'm
dead.
gonna very slowly go down and just
Shepard, be
continually
careful.
just talking to Kana as I go down. Kana, I'm coming to make sure you're all right. I don't think the thing's here anymore. I'm coming. Easy does it.
I'm gonna activate my fighting spirit to give myself 15 temporary hit points and just wait till I see him before he comes around the corner.
Okay.
If you can't talk, it's okay. I'm coming to help.
You finally descend the stairs, and as you turn the corner, Kana, you see Shepard standing there. Shepard, you see Kana, 2 wounds in her chest from judgment and redemption. Her body singed from Sarnax. The blast from Clayton's arcane magic, but no creature to be seen.
Is it very clear to me that those wounds were caused by my revolvers?
It's very clear that those wounds were caused by your revolvers, and that it's also very clear that nothing has burst forth from her chest.
I'm going to immediately holster my other weapon. Oh my fucking god, Kana! Are you alright?
No, you all started shooting at me.
Easy.
I don't know. I'm gonna back away from him further.
All right. I'm gonna take a couple steps back. All right.
What is going on down there?
It's fine.
Oh.
Time out.
You're all going mad, and you all started shooting at me.
You don't know what we saw.
She's clearly lost her mind. Bring her up here.
Professor, wait. There was some fucking horrible tentacle fucking thing, and it was coming out of your fucking mouth and your chest and shit. Are you all right? Do you need medical help?
I need you all to roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
God, we're gonna die in this tower.
Yes, we will.
Baby, finally. I'm gonna get fucking shot.
Boom! Let's go. 23.
25.
24.
21.
Did anyone roll a 25 or lower?
25.
Lower than a 25?
Oh, Lord, 25, 24.
As this happens, Kana, you watch as Shepard's body goes limp. Clayton, Victoria, Sarnax, you feel this too. Your body begins to shake violently, uncontrollably, as your limbs are no longer your own. You fall to the ground, jolting and contorting, your body moving in ways it shouldn't physically be able to. You have no control over yourself as your limbs crack and move. Kana, you watch as Shepard does this, his head lolling back and forth, his eyes rolling around inside of his skull. This happens for 5 minutes as you stare in silence. You are unable to move as you look down at this horrific vision in front of you, as your limbs finally become your own again. Find yourselves on the ground, contorted in a position, your bodies sore.
Professor?
We
must do something.
We need to kill it!
I'm going to destroy it right now. Someone give me a reason not to, or I'm going to burn it!
Do it, Sonic.
Burn it.
We're gonna die here if we don't.
Now!
Garrett, give me the power to destroy this! And I cast an 8th level flame strike on it.
Fuck.
Describe to me how that looks and what happens.
A blast of red and gold fire from my just a spell, right? Just a spell, and it's an 8th level. I have an 8 levels left. Yes, I don't make sure. Yep, 8th level, and it's radiant and fire damage just bursts down like a fucking column, and it just shoots down. Let me see what the actual radius is of flame strike.
Oh god.
It's a 60 foot. It's 60 feet down, so it won't hit the bottom potentially.
No, it won't.
Potentially. So it's 60 feet by 10 feet. So this is probably as
You're able to not hit your.
Okay, so it is 10 by 60, and a just giant
Barely.
pillar of holy dragon's fire comes down straight through.
Doing how much damage?
Oh, I need to roll the damage.
What you got?
Actually, it's not a whole. I guess it's an AOE spell, so I guess that's why it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. I just thought it was a cool. Wow, that's it. So it is 8, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's flavorful. It is 11 points of fire and.
Oh god.
11 points of fire
I hate it when the DM laughs at us.
and 11 points of radiant. So 22 points of damage.
God, you're so good at this.
If it fails, it's got to make a dexterity saving throw. I don't know if it can succeed that.
It
but-
passes.
Okay, so half of that, it takes 11 points of damage.
You watch as Sarnax calls forth this pillar of flame. The heart itself is consumed in fire, the red mist showing thickly now all around you. As suddenly, the massive crystal heart beats louder and faster than ever before. With a flash of horrible light, your eyes are drawn deep into its center. And there, you all see the exact same thing. 3 large, pure red eyes, one on top of the other, staring at you into you. The incomprehensible gibbering whispers get louder, almost at the center of your brain, until you can hear nothing else, and altogether, your consciousness turns to black.
God.
Slowly, for all of you, the darkness fades, banished by the gentle glow of a waning autumn moon high above the village of Inari, peaceful and quiet, just days after the sacred festival of the Lunar Rabbit. Several townsfolk walk the streets enjoying the cool evening air. An elderly merchant comes into view, guiding his horse as it draws a cart of goods towards the market row. He passes a young couple arm in arm as they share a private, intimate moment admiring the stars towards the edge of town. The lovers turn from the stars and look into each other's eyes and lean in for a kiss, so gently that the young woman almost doesn't notice the splash of warm blood on her face as an arrow flies into her man's neck. With an agonizing gurgle, he collapses to the ground and his love shrieks. She turns to run deeper into the town, but only makes it several feet before 3 arrows puncture her back and she crumples with a whisper. The only sound that can be heard over the dying breaths of the young lovers, the rumbling of the ground, the thunderous sound of hooves. By the time the alarm bells toll throughout Usagi, they are matched and almost drowned out by the cacophony of war drums as several dozen hobgoblins ride into town atop huge boars that squeal and grunt with maddened eyes. The raiders' faces are shrouded by the grim masks of ogres, demons, and other malevolent monsters as they begin their slaughter. The screaming and clamoring erupting from Usagi spook the merchant's horse, and it charges forward, trampling the helpless old man beneath its powerful hooves as a hobgoblin thunders by and slashes the horse's throat with a single swing of its large, curved broadsword. The cart creaks and breaks as the horse stumbles forward with a loud crash. As it bleeds out in the dirt, goblins seem to appear out of nowhere, clad all in black. They begin to pillage the goods from the cart. The loyal horse attempts to rear his head and fight, but the gash on his throat only burbles as his life leaves him. The town guard are picked off before they can make a dent in the raiding forces, as the helpless innocents of Usagi are butchered. They scream for help. They scream for their samurai to protect them. They beg for deliverance from their horrible fate, but no samurai ever comes, and Usagi burns, a flickering light in the hilly landscape beneath an indifferent, waning moon. The distant glow of the burning village holds, but the surrounding view shifts and fades. The fire becomes the flames of lit torches, dozens of them, perhaps more than 100, each one matched by an angry face and a hateful voice, as a posse gathers at a long-dead, lightning-split tree by a cliff of red rock, no more than 10-minute ride outside the town of Rattlesnake. There's a tense anticipation in the air as the gathered miners, farmers, shopkeepers, and other townsfolk look back and forth at each other with anxious sneers, occasionally letting out an exclamation, a curse, or a call for blood. They're all desperate. Prosperity has dried up in Rattlesnake, along with the mines, the creek, and the hope of the people. They almost salivate and bark like a pack of desert wolves before a calm and collected voice soothes the crowd, and all faces turn toward a man dressed in fine robes and jewelry with the mark of a silver sun. He is a large man of middle age with deeply set eyes and plump, full jowls that shake as he speaks, an almost comedic contrast to the filthy, emaciated mob. Saliva flings from his lips as he delivers a blistering sermon, placing the blame of Rattlesnake's woes on a single individual, a heretic who claims to be a doctor and a healer, but practices strange arts of magic and machine. Clearly, this unforgivable heresy, which has strayed from the one true path of Fultus, Lord of the Blinding Light, has brought ruin to Rattlesnake, and he tells them to fear not, there will be restitution. A line of similarly dressed clergy behind him part to reveal a small, hunched form tied to the base of the gnarled tree. An elderly, bearded gnome with a face that's beaten, bruised, bloody, the goggles still around his forehead shattered with shards of glass sticking into his flesh. His eyes are loose and unfocused as they attempt but fail to scan the mob for a friendly face, as he feebly squirms, surrounded by dried logs, straw, and other tinder. The High Priestess of Foltest offers Dr. Thomas Cogburn the opportunity to defend himself in the name of justice. But the so-called heretic can't help but to sputter anything besides blood and unformed groans. The cheer of the crowd echoes through the arid hills as he receives his sentence. The moment the clergy's torch touches the straw, the entire tree goes up in flame, the dock along with it. The agonizing screams erupting from the inferno cannot be drowned out by the hooting and hollering of the mob as they seem to melt away. The burning gnome is all that can be seen until his tortured screams are joined by 2 more voices, one male and one female. As the cries get louder, 2 blazing wooden pyres come into view, flanking the tree. Tied to each is a tiefling in unfathomable pain. The crackling of the fire and rustling breeze cease along with all other sound. Only the shrieks can be heard as the 3 burn. Then, 3 fires become one as the desert fades away, and what remains is a mighty brazier of flame sitting at the center of a beautiful garden nestled within a deep, dark wood. It blazes brilliantly as the natural oranges and yellows shift to a divine red and gold as it casts a beautiful light across the vibrant plant life, and a single cloaked figure that kneels before it, holding a dragon bone lantern high as it gives praise to the fire. Sarnax of the Edelwood smiles as he basks in the glory of his god, finally feeling at one with the divine, all he has ever wanted in his hard, cruel life. Nothing exists beyond the soul lizard folk, his god, and the fire. Then it comes. A look of dismay comes to his face as a tiny seed is planted in his mind, the seed of doubt. Like a creeping vine planted in nutrient-rich ash, it spreads more and more until he can feel it overwhelming his very core. And as the doubt spreads like wildfire, the fire in the brazier wanes, growing more and more dim. Suddenly, he feels the presence of hundreds of hooded figures surrounding him, filling the garden entirely. At each of their feet lies the corpse of an Aarakocra, dead with its dead owl eyes and chest carved open. Each lizard folk cultist holds a bloody, jagged obsidian blade in one hand and a mutilated heart in the other. They speak in unison with one booming voice, castigating and condemning Sarnax as the brazier dwindles all the more. They condemn his doubt. They condemn his unwillingness to do what must be done. They condemn that the fire in his soul has been snuffed out. He is unworthy. The brazier fades to embers and the cultists are swallowed by shadow as the glow finally dies. The only light remaining is a tiny flickering flame in the lantern. As Sarnax desperately hunches forward to keep it stoked, it is futile. It shrinks down to a single lick of fire before fully extinguishing. Now a mere silhouette in the darkness, Sarnax cries out for Garrix. Garrix does not answer. Garrix is not there. The darkness of the wood shifts to a darkened bedroom, lit only by a small tallow candle on a nightstand. The room is modest but comfortable, a metal sculpture of the bound hands of Ilmater hanging on the wall besides the bed. Up against the window frame is the shape of a young woman, kneeling in reverence with hands clasped, as a half-elf named Victoria Wallace prays. She wears a plain blue dress that is unlaced in the back, the cloth clinging to pale skin several inches past her shoulders, revealing a horribly scarred back that is currently slashed and dripping with blood. With the sound of a whip, the crack of stone on flesh, and a quick, pained exhale of breath, Victoria flogs herself once more as the spiked red prayer beads rend her skin and bring her the familiar, reassuring pain that she is indeed a good woman. She offers her pain to her beloved God, and she tells herself that it would keep her away from the wickedness that eternally festers within her. As she repents for the original sin of the circumstances of her conception, she recalls an impure thought that had come to her at the market the day before. Her hand lingered on the pretty young shopkeeper who had handed her an apple, and their fingers had met. The creeping reminder of desire is dispelled just as quickly as it had come, with another agonizing crack of the beads. She reflects on her life. It is not exciting or exhilarating, but she should be content. She wants for nothing, lives in comfort, and does all the things a well-off woman in her station should do. It is only proper. She tells herself she is happy. It is a lie. There's a firm knock at the door, and a man's voice reminds her that it's almost time to cook dinner before evening church service with the children. Victoria automatically and obediently responds, telling the man that she is coming as she glances down at the small band of gold around her ring finger. She moves it robotically around her finger, spinning it slowly over the soft flesh. She feels nothing. Her eyes reflect back at her from within the solid gold band as she slowly pulls her dress over her shoulders and laces it tight. As she rises from her prayer, her eyes are hollow, empty, dead. She places the prayer beads onto the end table before turning to obey her husband, head hanging meekly and moving like a husk from the room to her new life, a proper life. The pooling blood spreads and stains the dress, until all that can be seen is the crimson of her bloody back. The bright red shimmers and shifts into a bubbling pool of boiling blood that hisses and pops within a huge stone basin embedded in the floor of ancient overgrown ruins, lost in the steaming jungles of chalk. Renowned archaeologist Amelia Azran, daughter of the legendary Clayton Azran, crouches over it with an arched eyebrow, curiously examining it. Her eyes have a look of grim determination as she takes a sample of the scalding pool and makes a few rough sketches. A smug smirk comes to her face. This would be one of her greatest finds yet. She had lost the rest of her expedition to disease, dinosaurs, carnivorous plants, and an unfortunate accident involving a cliff. But she pressed onward regardless. She is an Azran, after all. She took a moment to reflect on what this discovery might look like in a museum exhibit, and that moment was all the lurking Yuan Ti needed. Amelia does not notice the snake man slither up behind her before driving a bronze spear through her back and pushing her into the bubbling blood. The archaeologist shrieks as she is boiled alive, her own blood joining the vat that cooks her. In her final moment, she calls for her young son Clive before sinking beneath the surface. The bright red of the bubbling basin shifts to a striking splatter of blood on the desert sand, scorched white hot by the blazing Nekbeshan sun. Beside the stain, Clive Azran attempts to retrieve his innards that have been slashed from his torso by an animated statue of a long-forgotten god, defending a tomb he had been attempting to raid for priceless artifacts. As the giant vultures circle him, his last whisper is for his daughter, Aurora. The image of bloody entrails shift to the smashed skull of Aurora Azran after a runic standing stone and Mammoet toppled over onto her, her final thoughts of her only son. Once again, the blood shifts to the next Azran in line and their gruesome demise. Over and over, the blood of the Azrans is spilled until nothing can be seen but a blood that continually darkens. The bright red turning black as pitch. Everything, all has turned to black bile. The blackness then begins to roil and bubble as it becomes a putrid slop in an iron cauldron within a small hut. The hunched, gnarled form of a hideous hag leans forward and throws in a petrified eyeball, a dried batwing, and a dash of bone dust, before taking a spoonful of her brew and giving the concoction a taste. As Baba Lysaga attempts to determine the missing ingredient, her attention is immediately snapped away, and she drops the spoon to the ground. It lands with a clatter, sending the mixture flying across the filthy room. She looks around her hut feverishly, but no one is there. She swears she had heard a whisper. From something, or someone. It was impossibly faint, but she had heard it all the same. The voice was unlike anything she could describe, but it was inviting. She now stands in front of a massive sarcophagus. Her withered hand and gnarled nails graze the rough stone, and she immediately lets out a hideous, maddened cackle that echoes through the empty halls of the Amber Temple. At last, she truly sees. At last, she truly understands. At last, she truly serves. The reverberating cackle fades until it turns into the soft, innocent gurgling of a happy-looking infant girl in her cradle. She giggles with glee as her small, chubby hand reaches up to squeeze the tip of the long, wart-covered nose of Baba Lysaga as she peers into the cradle and bears a grizzled smile at the baby. Crimson light of a blood moon bathes the room within the high tower of the castle of King Barov, the head of the mightiest family of all the warring human kingdoms of Koravakia. The hag reaches down to gingerly pick up the tiny child with one hand as she raises her pinky finger, and with her jagged nail she pierces her own eye, which oozes thick, dark blood. Without so much as wincing in pain, she beams down at the baby Strahdanya, Like a mother feeding her child a spoonful of porridge, the crone playfully waggles her finger before gently placing the nailful of blood into the infant's mouth, which it swallows without a hint of fear. The baby's eyes shift from green to red to green again, and with a flutter of wings, Baba Lysaga is gone, and Stradanya von Zarovich sleeps peacefully in the light of the blood moon. The red of the shimmering light shifts to a bloody mist, the mist of Barovia, a slithering mist, a corrupting mist. It spreads further and further beyond the edges of the Valley of Death and into the realms of the dying beyond. The world of black, white, and gray turns red as everything the mist touches becomes of her. It continues to spread, faster and faster, like an aggressive cancer to the realms beyond death, to life, good, evil, order, chaos, until everything is blood, until all has succumbed to the curse of the Blood Queen. It's with that you are all pulled back into reality, staring up at this heart. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. You all take another level of exhaustion, and you don't know how much longer you can remain in this room.
Does it look damaged at all?
No.
We need to go. We need to get out of here now.
We have to destroy it. That's what we came here to do.
It didn't take a scratch. I'm losing my mind. We need to go now.
My strength was not enough. I'm sorry.
Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum,
Let's
ba-bum.
go.
Let's get out
Yes,
of here.
I will guide our path.
Group.
I will follow Sarnax.
I'll kind of stumble forward a little bit and like catch myself on the wall, and then light the way down.
As you all begin to stumble down, you begin to choke on the red mist hanging in the air. It's making it hard to breathe. You're all feeling the breath pulled from your lungs. You've been breathing this mist in for far too long. Your eyes begin to dim as your vision starts to pulse. You don't know if you'll make it to the door, but you do. And as you spill out into the cold night air, you all gulp in huge gasps of air, the fresh night Barovian air filling your lungs, pushing out the last remnants of red mist as you find yourselves outside of the room, the ground beneath you. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum.
I'm gonna reach into my pack and pull out my water skin and take a long pull from it and then pass it around to the rest of the group to give them fresh water.
Thank you.
And just lean up against the cold stone of the bridge.
I'm just gonna collapse on all four knees on the ground, just gripping my wounds. We weren't strong enough to even sink our teeth into it.
I mean, we don't even know what the fuck it is.
I channeled so much of myself into that fire, and it was not enough.
I had visions, nightmares of Inari.
She saw us. The three red eyes.
Blood Queen.
Yes. Did you see? You saw?
I did.
Did we all see the same thing?
I saw Inari burning, my people slaughtered by hobgoblins, and Usagi. What did you all see?
You all saw the visions.
Oh,
Everyone
even
saw
each
everything.
other's?
Together, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does it mean? Doc Cogburn burning alive.
Yeah, but
He was alive when we left, was he not?
of course he was, but something wasn't right. I mean, that vision couldn't have happened the way that it did.
Why?
So their teeth flings were my parents. They've been dead forever.
How did they die?
Well, I mean, I wasn't there, but very much that same way.
We were burned alive.
But my point is the time doesn't add up. It doesn't line up right. The doc was fine when I left. I mean, that was a while ago. Almost a year, I guess, at this point. Gods. But it doesn't make sense. It's like it was and it is. Or will be. I don't know.
It doesn't. It defies time.
Perhaps it's a warning, something to scare us.
I mean, fuck yeah, I'm worried about the dog now.
Of course.
And what's stopping those maniacs from going after him?
Is Sarnax's lantern still lit?
Yes.
Okay. Sarnax, are you well?
Yes. I know that Garrix is still with me. I cannot commune with him today, but I will make sure I can.
These are visions of things that are to come, maybe.
I am worthy.
But have not transpired yet. My daughter is not that age yet. But she wanted to prove to me that she could see me. She could see into me. That was her way of proving to you, Shepherd, that she knows your past. She knows our pasts. This was her plan all along.
And futures.
Do you know a man named Wallace, Victoria?
Do you have a family at home?
Just my father, if you can call him family.
We need to destroy it. If we don't destroy it, all of these things will come to pass. All of it.
She's showing us off.
And yet, she showed us baby Strahdanya. Presumably she showed Babalai Saga the same visions of the mists of Barovia, of a young Strahdanya, a young warlord, coming to this valley, conquering it. Presumably it all came to pass. What did Strahdanya call it? Her? The prime of the universe?
So she thinks. So she says, in her whispers.
And you think the whispers are lies? I, for one, do not. I believe whatever this is knows. It knows what will happen. That's why we need to destroy this pot.
We can't go back in there right now. There's no way. I mean, my legs barely work.
What else do we know about this thing? We know there's power in names. If we can't destroy it with flame and radiance and power of the gods, perhaps it is with a name that we can destroy it.
Something in the cards, something else.
We're overlooking something.
I do not know. But if the gem that is in Strahdanya's choker is of the same stuff as that, is it something we can even destroy?
Roll an Arcana check.
Oh boy.
You wanna...
Yeah, I'm gonna twist that.
Two and four.
Use your
I'm
good
gonna twist
dice,
that.
Mike.
That wasn't one of my good dice. Oh, you know, I'll take it.
Granted, the DCs now are much higher.
Arcana. Ooh, 17.
Oh my god.
As you say the words, you immediately feel what it was like to look into the heart, to see it, the way it moved, both crystal and flesh. And you look back to standing in front of Strahdanya after Garrix had pulled you back from oblivion. The glint on the choker, both crystal and flesh. They are one and the same.
That is where we start. If that was larger than 4 of us, but if they're a tiny little gem, if we can figure out the nature of it, if Sergey's learned something, perhaps that is where we start.
Yes, perhaps the choker is almost conduit of this heart, and if we destroy the choker, we destroy the heart.
At least weaken the heart and maybe free Strahdanya of this curse. I don't know if we can save all of Barovia if this entity has complete control of the castle and the lands.
First thing we need to do, we need to kill her. Kill Strahdanya. Destroy the choker. Until that's done, I don't see how we can do anything else.
Let us return. I do not wish to be this close to that thing any longer.
Agreed.
Before we leave, Professor, the gem that's in your possession, any reaction from it?
Are you holding it?
No. I'll kind of like instinctually just reach into my pocket.
As you place your hand in your pocket, thump, 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 as the gem beats against the palm of your hand.
No. I think it's unrelated.
Good. That is heartening. No grim pun intended.
I'm gonna try to stand up and like hobble across the bridge away from this
Your
goddamn
limbs
tower.
feel shaky, but you're able to gain your composure and walk back towards the main portion of Castle Ravenloft.
Are you coming?
Yes. Let's go. Let's go as quickly as we can. I am so very tired.
With Victoria's help, though you don't have Escher to lead you through the castle, you are able to sniff out the secrets that make a quick trek of it back to the room that you all share together. Lounging on the settee in the main room is Escher, reading a book. He doesn't even look up as you enter, though you can see a faint shudder through his body as you enter the room.
I'll put the case down on the floor.
Well, looks like you didn't die. Did you kill it?
No, we did not kill it.
Oh, you didn't kill that horrific thing that scares the Countess herself? Color me surprised.
Your point was well made, Escher. I will give you that.
Is there anything you're hiding from us about that thing? Any insight on how
About
we...
the thing, no, nothing about it in particular.
About anything?
Oh, about anything.
Yes, anything.
Well, I'm hiding a lot. Would you like me to undress, Clayton?
We don't have time for this foolishness,
I'll
Professor.
open the case and I'll just walk down the stairs.
Am I invited?
No.
Oh, tisk tisk. Baby's having a tantrum. Fine.
No. No. Yes. You're invited. Please join us.
Look at that, Victoria. Looks like you have no say.
Not today.
Ooh, threats. We may come to be friends yet. He takes his finger and he tilts up your chin. I like that fiery spirit.
Let's go.
We still need you. Let's go.
Oh, say it again, Clayton. Say it again. May I call you Clayton, or do you prefer Professor? And when he says Professor, you can feel the sexual tension on his tongue.
Clayton's fine.
Clayton it is. Lead the way.
Let us find Sergey immediately and tell him everything we saw. We shall spare no detail. Even how we almost massacred our own companion.
Oh, I want to hear more of this. Tell
Forgive
me the
us,
tale.
Kana. I am sorry. We were trying to save you.
No harm, no foul.
Sergey! As I walk into the mansion.
As you open the door, once again, slumped over, you see Sir Klutz. This time, all pep in his step, completely removed.
Our lady does not want you in the house.
Sir Klutz, I can cast Turn Undead at any moment.
Well, I'm going to see you tomorrow. And he turns and walks away.
Thank you, Sir
Consider
Klutz.
it cast as he walks down the hall.
I'm gonna just limp in, like, clutching my wounds and just exhausted, going to try and, like, find somewhere to just lay down. Like,
I immediately pour myself a glass of bourbon.
Sergey? Sergey!
Your voice echoes and booms. You hear the shuffling of feet, the slamming of a door. What do you mean you let them know? Get in! Slam, 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 slam. It almost masks the sound of Sergey's footfalls as he makes his way down the hallway. He shakes his head, puts his finger in his ears, rolls his eyes, looks back towards the wing of the house that Arabelle calls her own as the final slam of the door and the sound of giggling as Sir Klutz has finally done something to appease Arabelle. As silence falls again and Sergey enters into the drawing room.
I will be pouring a large glass of some kind of liquor.
If you don't mind, I would like one as well.
Yes, please.
I fear our work is not done here tonight.
What?
How can you possibly?
My connection to the Morning Lord is strong, but not strong enough to pierce the veil of another god. A queen. I lead the chapel, and it is best that what I do be done before the wedding is prepared. I need it silent, I need it quiet. I need it tonight. I ask that you would escort me to commune with my god.
You know where it is?
I can find my way around this castle.
Of course, we'll take you there.
How much time round trip you think?
A few hours, at least.
Fuck.
We are very tired.
You
Sergey.
look tired. Tell me, what has befallen my friends?
We tell him everything. And spare no detail. And say, we've had one hell of a day. We tell him everything. I will at least tell him everything that I've seen with no detail, like no sparing, no detail, and I'll then say, and if there is anything that you've gleaned from the hairpin that could possibly help our theories that we have to confirm or deny, be incredibly helpful.
If the Morning Lord deems me worthy of his countenance, I will ask for those answers inside the chapel. I will see what I can discern. But what you have told me... You see as his face gets... his sadness overcomes it. If what you are telling me is true, then my sister had no choice.
Yes.
Her onus was taken from her long ago, well before my birth. If what you are telling me is true, I may not have never truly known my sister.
She was cursed from the beginning, called to this land and made a slave of the Blood Queen.
And even though we killed Baba Lysaga, it feels like a lifetime ago. She still haunts us.
Her life's work is seemingly complete.
We only killed the puppet and did not kill the master.
Almost complete. But if we must commune with the Morning Lord, I will do everything in my power to assist you, Sergey. I need to do some praying of my own this evening. Let us not delay.
If there is nothing more to do here, let us leave. The small child beats the door over and over and over. It is hard to think in my own mind. And it just keeps happening.
If there is an opportunity for us to get into a fight, I strongly suggest we utilize diplomacy or flee. I am not feeling entirely myself.
That's fair.
Let's just move quickly, as fast as we can, get this over with, make sure Sergey gets there and back safely. That's all we can do.
I'll down my drink.
I'm gonna do an IRO and just immediately fire heat a cup of root tea and just down it.
I'll knock back my drink as well and basically stand up and adjust my holster and get ready to head back out.
You quickly make your exit. The sounds of Arabelle playing off in the distance can be heard. Her giggling is boisterous and loud. She's happy and content. As you make your way out of the mansion yet again, begrudgingly, this isn't what you had planned. You're tired. You're weakened. You're mentally exhausted. As you begin to make your way through the castle, it feels as if time is passing quickly. Your mind's wandering, all of you focusing on the shared vision you experienced in the room with the heart, none of you thinking about which way your feet are falling. As you find yourselves entering into the entrance hall, the loud thud jolts you all back into reality, as standing off to the side is a hunched over dusk elf. You'd seen him before, an elderly man who had greeted you upon entrance into this place, given you direction to the dining hall where you had met Strahdanya, but you didn't talk to him much. You vaguely recall his name, Rahadin. As he slings an axe on his shoulder, you see as he pulls up another form in front of him, a body completely slumped forward, unconscious, a bag tied around his neck, or his head. As he places the head on an anvil, the axe swings down and severs the head from the body. He then throws the body to one side. The last of the people in front of him, you see, off to the side, a pile of headless corpses and a pile of rolling heads. As he takes a kerchief out of his pocket, he begins to wipe himself off, cleaning the blood that had just spattered his face. He doesn't seem to notice you.
He looks like a butler, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Rahadin, your name was, yes?
He turns around.
Apologies for my attire. I have finished my work for the evening and I'm ready to head to bed. Is there something I can assist you with, Sir Clayton?
What are you doing? Why is the butler beheading people?
Well, simply speaking, the lady wills it. Invitations have been sent all over Barovia for the wedding tomorrow, to make sure that it is filled to the brim with guests galore. All those who declined shall decline no longer.
All right. And the guests are presumably arriving tomorrow?
Late in the day, the carriage will be picking many up from across the lands. The castle will be filled to the brim. It will be lovely, he says as he wipes some blood from his chin.
How many guests are we expecting tomorrow?
Hundreds.
I see.
Strahdanya would not have the wedding anything less than the greatest spectacle in all of the land of all time.
She knows how to put on a spectacle.
Yes.
And these poor souls simply committed the act of declining a wedding invitation.
He looks back and forth at all of you, his countenance completely stone. He seems undisturbed in any way.
Very well.
Take care.
I will say a prayer for all of them.
And I'll...
He nods at you.
If you need anything at all, you may call on me. And you, Victoria, I will come for you tomorrow.
When?
At a time of her choosing. You will ready yourself away from your friends, for they have a task to play tomorrow as well.
Of course we do.
Yes, as expected. Have a good evening, Rahadin. I'll see you tomorrow.
He nods his head at you. He kicks one of the heads off to the side that had rolled a little too far as he wipes the blade of the axe on one of the lifeless bodies, throws it over his shoulder, and walks off down the hallway, humming to himself.
Sergey, please continue.
Sergey continues forward, your footfalls echoing on the wooden floors, not snuffed out by the carpeted flooring. As you slowly make your way towards the large arched doorway of the cathedral, Sergey stops for a moment as he looks at the images carved into the door. He takes a deep breath as he opens the door and moves forward. The cathedral is beautiful. It is clean, completely devoid of cobwebs and dust. Work has already begun, as you can see that some decorations have already begun to be put up. Large black garlands, beautiful bright red roses. A plush velvet runway cloth all the way down the center. And standing, ominously almost, in each of the corners of the room are figures, human-sized. All of them stand in attention. And as Sergey's eyes fall on the first, he lets out a choked gasp as he clutches at his chest.
It cannot be.
He rushes forward to one that is the closest to him as he looks up into its unmoving eyes, these statues. No, not statues at all. Almost in a stasis. Figures of undeath, standing there, unblinking, unmoving, unbreathing. As he looks up into their eyes, he begins to cry, tears streaming down his face as he reaches out and grabs the cold, dead hand of the woman before him.
Not you.
Why? He holds himself together for a moment.
I cannot do this. I cannot query my God in this state. I cannot do this in a room where you exist like this.
Who is this?
He looks up at her.
This is my faithful friend, Dame Blanchett, one of my 4 knights, one of the guardians of the Morning Lord. Estradania took my life. I could hear them rush up the stairs after me. I heard their arrows fly and their weapons clang, and I knew before my last breath was taken from me that she would end them. But to rise them like this, to not let them have eternal peace, is far from anything that I could ever imagine as they stand here, lifeless, always.
These were the knights that killed Stradania the first time.
They were my friends. They were my best of friends.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Sergey.
He stands on his very tiptoes, this woman on a pedestal in front of you. As he reaches up and he slowly runs his hand along her face, just completely unmoving in her undeath.
Sornex, are you familiar with this form of undeath? It's raising. Are they going to?
I can see. So yeah, what kind of undeath? We have like a vampire. We have like zombies, skeletons. Would I know?
Roll a medicine check.
Oh, medicine check. I'll take. Well, it's not very good, man. My abilities. Oh, I'm disadvantaged. Thanks.
Thanks, Art.
That's 10. 10.
No, it's unlike anything that you've seen before. Looking at them, you can tell that at first glance they look like statues. They're standing on pedestals as if they were just stone, but they are quite clearly the bodies, not decaying. Only slight decay has come to them. They are clearly undead, but they are unmoving. They are unflinching. They are not zombies or ghasts or wights or any of the things that you have encountered before. It's almost as if they're just held in stasis, not able to find the afterlife.
How are they on the pedestals?
Standing.
They're just standing. I guess they're not like tied to anything.
No, they're sorry. So I guess not standing, but they are each atop a horse. They are astride a horse.
And is it like a?
And all of them are in a heroic pose almost.
Are they? Is it like a nightmare, a normal horse, an undead horse?
It seems to be a normal horse, as far as you can tell.
Is the horse also in stasis, or is that stone?
Roll a perception check.
22.
It appears to also be in a stasis.
I think these were their steeds too. Also trapped in this undeath tomb.
Killing them was not enough for the Countess. She had to raise them and even their steeds.
She had to punish them.
Keep them as decoration. In a place of worship, a holy place.
Gods forbid that her brother have friends, have family, have anything she could not have herself. Wicked, lonely bitch. I would like for you to know them. I would like for you to know of them.
Of course.
We want to hear their stories.
Come with me then.
And he ushers you close to the statue he stands in front of. The countenance of Dame Blanchett. And you can see that at the very base there is a small placard that says Dame Blanchett. He lets off a little laugh.
Before becoming a knight, she was a socialite. She's beautiful. She was well known for her warmth and for her kindness toward anyone, her commitment to her friends and her family. We met only briefly at one event, and though she believed she hid it from me, I knew in that moment that she fell for me. I made sure to never show her that I wanted love from her. But I let her know that she was loved like a sister, like a friend. And we were like siblings. She was strong. She was inspiring. She was beautiful. And above all else, she was loyal and she was kind. And though I could not give you the love that you wanted from me, you will always have a part of my heart. He bows slightly before her as he moves on to the next. Sir Rivara. In life, he was the son of a wealthy landowner who was discovered to be in league with dark powers. They were corrupting the grain he was shipping to the people for some dark ritual. Rivara was just and knew law. Though it pained him, he slew his own father to save the many. And from that moment on, his unwavering commitment to the Morning Lord, to justice and to law, was everything he stood for. If there was anyone to fight in battle against evil, it was Rivara. I knew, always, that he would be at my side.
He begins to walk slowly past the altar to the other side of the cathedral.
Sir Corden. This is getting really hard to use this voice. I can do it. My tongue starts to get weak. The oldest, smartest, and stoutest of the horsemen. I think you all would have liked him. He was also the strongest and the craftsman. He, in his youth, experienced a near-death experience, which caused him to turn to the Morning Lord later in life. He was committed to me, and to his god, but he was still a rowdy warrior, who had a love for alcohol and was quick to throw insults at his opponents with a legendary temper. And though he may have seemed hard and a life long-lived, to us he was soft. A father figure when mine had passed. Sir Corten, you will be missed.
As he moves forward to the last. Sir Zelensky, a gentle and reflective man, well beyond his years. He was a devout cleric and missionary of the Morning Lord who came to meet me and act as my spiritual guide and advisor. If it were not for him, I would not be the man I am today. If it were not for him, I would not be the man that the Morning Lord needs me to be. He was the only man who I knew to have a stronger faith in the Morning Lord than I. At first. But soon, my faith grew. I did not need Zelensky to be my teacher any longer. But that did not stop him from riding proudly at my side, as my friend, not as my teacher, as my companion, and as my family. Sir Zelensky, you will be missed. He looks around the room quickly, at all of his friends, the horrible disgrace Strahdanya has done to them, refusing to give them peace in death. As he turns and silently walks towards the altar, he lets out a loud cry, a shriek of immeasurable emotional pain as he crumbles to the ground, his head in his hands. He screams and calls out and cries and begs to everyone and everything and nothing all at once. Before he finally regains his composure, he looks up towards the altar in front of him. A desecrated altar that once was for the Morning Lord himself. As he begins to glow with a gold and radiant light, he begins to chant and pray. For the sake of this, you imagine that this will take a while as he begins his ritual to the Morning Lord. You all stand within the cathedral. The 4 warriors, 4 fighters, Sergey's friends around you. Sergey in front of you. What do you do?
I'll step forward, and as he's up against it, I will place a hand on his shoulder, and I will look down and say, "There is nothing that isn't possible when the divine is on our side, Sergey. When this is all said and done, we will free them from this torment. Strahdanya cannot stop us." I'll step back.
Is there anyone else in the cathedral, like, doing decorations or anything?
Nope. It's completely empty.
I'll walk up and place my hand on his other shoulder, and I will simply quietly whisper to him to not interrupt his prayer. I say, "We are with you, body, soul, and spirit. We will avenge your family and your friends."
continues to pray.
Step up just kind of behind him, not getting in his field of view, and just kind of kneel down and, in a quiet voice, say beautiful words for your friends. What do I do if you drink in peace at last?
Continues to pray.
I'll walk up behind him, and as he's praying, I'll say, I know you probably don't want vengeance, but I do. You'll be avenged, just like everyone else in this forsaken. I'll step back.
I'll just have removed my hat, and I've gotten close to him and just put a hand on his shoulder, and without saying anything, just kind of give him a little bit of a squeeze, and then remove myself from his presence and just find a place to kind of sit and post up and in silent reverence, just kind of let him do his thing without offering words.
Perfect. It takes about an hour for Sergey to continue to pray and commune with his god, before, with a sharp pulse of golden light which radiates out from him, almost as if he's the very center of the sun, and he's beaming with sunlight itself, he begins to rise, his skin shifting golden, for just a moment before he finally returns to his normal countenance. As he walks towards all of you, he smiles at each of you. I heard and felt what you said, and I am glad that you are here. I'm thankful for both old friends, as he looks around at his noble knights, and new, as he looks between all of you. Let us make our way back to your case, and we will talk there. I have word from Michael.
That's excellent.
It is.
Outstanding news.
You have everything you need. We can leave.
I can only hope. Let us make haste.
All right.
He pauses for a moment as his eyes rest on each one of the knights one more time before you finally exit the hall. As you make your way into the grand entrance, you see that the blood in the bodies has already been cleaned. No sign that Rahadin had ever been, and that those that had declined the invitation had succumbed to the fate that they did. Sarnax takes some time to say a prayer, as he promised he would do, and hope for their souls to find peace, though you all know what happens to souls in Barovia. As you make your way back up the winding staircases, through room after room after room, once again utilizing Victoria and her ability to find secrets, to find the quickest path back up to your bedchamber. And as you do, you find it's quiet. What do you want to do? And then Piddlewick jumps out of a cabinet and kills Shepard. Session is over.
Not without a fight!
He just slinks back to the shadows. Yes.
All right.
Professor.
Thanks,
Yes. Is Sergey, not Sergey, you're right here, Sergey. Is Escher anywhere around? Escher.
Was Escher in the case? Yes, Escher's in the case.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he came with us to the cathedral.
I thought he was. Oh, he was in. I thought he was in the room and not in the case. But you're right. He is in the case.
You
No, he
left
was welcome.
Escher with Arabelle in the case?
Oh no.
Out of character.
And the ghost. There are going to be more undead in that case than living creatures if we're not careful.
A divination child, a ghost, and a vampire walk into a briefcase.
Let us
Curio.
move away from prying ears and eyes, shall we?
I will say Curio, and the keys will open up, and I'll sit on the ground with the mansion.
You step down into the case, and you all make your way towards the entrance. As you open the door, you half expect to see Sir Klutz once again guarding the entrance, but Sir Klutz is nowhere to be found. And as you listen, you hear silence. No sound of Escher, no sound of Arbel, no clanging sounds of Sir Klutz falling over on himself, until you hear the soft chuckle of a laugh. Escher's laugh, coming from just down the hallway and around the corner, the small library off to the side.
I'll approach and just kind of slowly start walking forward and listen.
Continue to listen. You hear another soft, gentle laugh, clearly coming from Escher. As you make your way around the corner, you see that the door to the library is slightly open. Candlelight fills the room. You creep even further. As you look in, you see that lying on the couch is Escher, his cravat open, exposing a bit of his chest, but tastefully done, tastefully so, as his boots have been kicked off on the floor. Sitting on a plush chair at the opposite side of the room, with a large leather tome in her hands, is Arabelle, as she reads out the story of the princess that couldn't sleep on the mattress because there was a pea at the very bottom of it. And every time she would tell a joke, Escher would laugh heartily, though you could tell by looking at him that he didn't truly find it was funny. But Arabelle is enjoying herself as she kicks her little feet. She's in her pajamas. She looks cozy and happy. A steaming mug of hot cocoa is off to the side. She stops and takes a sip before she picks up the book and continues to read. You look closer and realize the book is upside down, and that's not even what the story's about. But she continues to tell the tale nonetheless.
Before we interrupt, Lucas, please prepare the finest dinner that your staff can produce. Something with roast beast and roasted root vegetables and some popovers maybe, and perhaps a toffee trifle for dessert.
Some boiled eggs for Sornex.
Oh, and boiled eggs for Sornex.
And raw eggs for Sornex.
And raw eggs.
You know I like them raw, Connor. You never listen.
For Sornex.
Oh, Jesus.
Any other requests?
None.
You hear,
Well, I believe, my little darling, that we have guests.
and you hear the book slam shut.
Do you think it's time for dinner now?
Yes, little one, I think it is time for dinner. Now, come here. And you hear the pattering of feet. And ooh! I am like super tall now. Oh my god, you're going to duck. And you watch as the door swings open and atop his shoulders is sitting Arabelle. As Escher ducks and makes his way out of the room. He looks up at her and he says, "Now what did I tell you? Not to do anything stupid or..." And he turns and looks at her and his eye is alight as his fangs come out. "I will bite you. And you will bite me to the And they traipse down the hallway. He looks back at you. "Are you coming?" But
Thank
in an
you.
accent, not my actual voice.
Thank you.
This is
That
hard.
accent was quite fine.
Thank you.
Yes, let's go to the dining room.
I think we need to replace Sir Klutz as our resident undead caretaker. He's doing far more at keeping Arabelle in check.
He's more than just a doormat, Sornex.
He's a doorman, not a doormat.
It's been a long day.
I mean, perhaps I do not know what Stradania gets up to, but knowing Escher and Stradania, perhaps he does enjoy being a doormat. But that is...
Shall we?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes.
I will go to the dining room and I will take my usual seat, wherever that is.
You take your usual seat, and normally you would see that Arabelle is sitting at the opposite end of the table, but you find that she is sitting next to Escher. And as you enter, she nods at all of you. He stands and steps behind his chair and waits for you all to take a seat. Kana and Victoria motioning to you, pushing the chair in behind each of you before he once again seats himself at the table. Arabelle looks at all of you.
I can't believe that you would...
And Escher puts up his hand. Now, Arabelle, a lady does not scream at her friends during dinner, does she? You want to be a lady, do you not?
Oh, yes, I do, but I'm still a little girl.
Yes, but little girls need to learn. And you are so very wise, I expect you to learn far faster than most. Would you prove me a fool in front of our friends?
No, I wouldn't prove you a fool.
Now, that's my girl.
Now, Arabelle, I am sorry. I know that you were hungry earlier and that this is quite late. It's certainly past your bedtime. But you're doing very well. And your new friend here, he means well. So you must listen to him.
She looks over at Escher.
Can I tell him that he's a meanie head and he did real wrong to me and I didn't like it?
Escher looks back at Arabelle. Well, in a way, but to do it as a lady.
Okay.
And so she looks at you.
I accept your apology.
Do you?
Yes. Is that good? Because, I totally don't, but, I made it seem like I do, and that's what ladies do all the time.
Yes, I'm
A
fine.
small smile.
It's like I'm home.
A lights Escher's face. Yes, little one. That was perfect.
Well,
Now, straighten your fork.
if you can be a little more sincere, you might get some dessert.
I will have a tummy ache if I don't have dessert, though.
Well, then you better be sincere.
Is that how that works?
Yes. Okay,
For children under the age of 10, yeah.
I accept your apology because you were not the one that did the bad things.
Thank you. That felt sincere enough.
Can I have dessert now? Because otherwise my tummy will be in a lot of pain.
Yes, after dinner you will have dessert.
How much dinner do I have to eat, though, first?
Your dinner, all of it.
But there's, a lot of stuff on this plate. There's, a whole chicken leg.
Well, then you better eat the whole chicken leg.
Do I have to, swallow it, though?
Just do what you want.
Okay. Thank you.
So is there food in front of us?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, let us dig in. Any words, Sonax? Don't you usually say something before we eat?
I put my
Yes.
fork down.
I'm like, I'm gonna put my egg back in this little
True.
tub.
Adventures down under. Where you're got the tongue wrapped around.
Joanna. Literally what it goes.
Wow, that's a blast from the past. Woo!
Yes.
Yeah, rescuers down under.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
I had spent so long praying in the cathedral while Sergey communed with the morning lord that I was just happy to be back. I will make this brief. I've said enough. Kana, are you well? Oh, forgive me. I will make this brief. I have done many long sermons today, and I am tired and hungry. Garrix, give us the power to destroy our enemies tomorrow, and to get a well-balanced meal tonight. Amen.
Amen.
Huzzah!
Well said. So let us not delay any further, Sergey.
Yes. Well, the Morning Lord spoke to me in his voice. It seems that there is but one thing that can stop this. The veins must be punctured. They must be broken. You will need to betray Strahdanya. The choker around her neck is but a fraction of the heart. It is bound to her. You must pierce it at her most vulnerable, at her most weak. Can you do this?
I don't know. How? When?
You keep it on you. The Raven Queen hates undeath. The power in the hairpin will pierce the gem. And with it, Strahdanya will crack. But know that when you do this, she will fight like a wounded animal. She will stop at nothing to destroy you. You have to do this at the right moment. For if she sees this coming, you will all perish. You will all die. I cannot tell you the time. I cannot tell you the place. This gift, the dark gift of the Blood Queen, was forced upon Strahdanya by a fake mother, Baba Lysaga. And only the love that courses through that hairpin, the love of a true mother, can begin to break the curse. And that is what I know. My mother put a piece of her in that pin. She will save us all. You, all of you, will save us all.
Earlier, you said that someone had deceived you. Did you mean your mother?
When my father died, Strahdanya begged for my mother to make the trip from our homeland to Barovia. She did not survive the trip. Even before, I had worked with her to turn from the Raven Queen to the Morning Lord. My God, our God. She told me that she had shed her ways. She had seen the light, and she had turned to the rightful God. I see now that she never let go. The Raven Queen never released my mother, and for a moment I was sad to know that she would lie to her son. But now, knowing what I know and seeing what I've seen, if she hadn't, we might not have the salvation that we have. Her faith was strong. And regardless of who her faith was in, I am glad that she had it, even into her dying breath.
Yes. Thank the gods for that. So, at her weakest moment, it has to be at the ceremony.
I think it'll be after that. In more private, intimate prayers.
While Victoria is alone, no.
Exactly right.
But we'll be ready.
I think that we have to strike sooner than that.
And how do you plan, whether you are alone, after or during, how do you plan to keep her at bay? If she sees even a moment of hesitation on Victoria's face, she will not hesitate to strike you down, regardless of how she says she feels of you.
We cannot allow Miss Isaacs to actually become wed by Strahdanya. Such a thing is unthinkable. We do not even know if she intends to drink and feast.
And how do you plan to stop a wedding whose wheels have already been put into motion?
And all those innocents, those people that have accepted this invitation.
If you cancel the wedding, she will slaughter them all.
Yes.
So we did not take a chance on that happen.
No, I think it needs to be done there. When you two are together at the ceremony, you will not be far away. Any later, when you're alone with her, there's way too much risk. She could kill you in an instant.
I'm with the professor on this one.
We don't know what will happen when the hairpin strikes the gem, and it's... we could lose everything.
Look, I agree. The longer we wait, the worse things are going to be. And when you're up there with her, you're going to be closer than anybody else.
Can we presume that she will get married without armor or sword?
How do we ask Escher?
Escher.
He wipes his mouth. You can tell he's actually been imbibing in the food before you. Well, knowing what I know of Stradonia, she would never show up to a wedding clad in steel, but in a gown to rival all gowns, save for one, the dress that hangs in your closet, her mother's wedding gown.
Oh dear. Well, she won't be armed. Or armored. It's our best chance.
Well, we hope, at least.
She is somewhat aware of our intentions. It's foolish to think that she wouldn't be warded in some way. Maybe not physically, but magically. Things that I do not understand, of course, but...
She indeed, Kana, will be powerful even without armor or a sword, but any boon we can take. Power... You said it was the power of your mother's love.
Yes, there is love in the pin. The love of us, her children. I can feel it when I hold it.
And
Her voice.
Isn't it you alone who remind me that the lullaby of Strahdanya was written and sung by your mother, yes?
It was not the lullaby of Strahdanya. It was the lullaby of Ravenovia for her children. But yes, I know it. I've
You
heard
do?
it many a night.
I thought that path was lost. We didn't find any trace of the second part in Lysaga's hut. You know the whole thing.
I could never forget it. The sound of my mother's voice, singing me into slumber.
Perhaps we sing it to her, subdue her. In a way, she will be weakened.
Yes. You can sing it.
I will sing it for you. Not here, not now. But when the time is right, she has asked me to facilitate the wedding. But you must promise me, if I do this for you, that you will not hesitate. For if those words leave my lips and you do not do as you are asked, she will slaughter me where we stand. And I could not do that to Irina.
So you will be there with them.
Yes.
A foot away.
Standing beside you, to guide you, and to watch you.
Sergey, is it foolish at this stage to even presume that your sister can be saved? After all the horrible things she has done, and the witness today with your...
I have never met my sister. If the vision that you have told me you saw is true, then the babe I grew up with was already tainted, was already marked. Though I loved her in our youth, and she was kind and strong, blood runs deep. And hers is dark. She cannot be saved.
she must be killed.
What I would say is, perhaps we'll know her true intentions if the pin strikes the gem in her choker, and that frees her. In whatever bond she's in, perhaps she'll have an immediate change of heart. If she wishes not to fight, then perhaps we can reason with her.
But not forget the evil that she has done for centuries.
Well, that was cursed. She was cursed with from youth.
Regardless, judgment comes for us all.
That's right.
Correct, Shepard.
We will see how she reacts. If we can break the curse and she even so much as thinks of hurting anyone in the ceremony, then we kill her. But if we free her, and she's as relieved as we are, maybe there is still some good left. I believe that people's past actions, given a true heart, perhaps they have the best intentions.
Perhaps. But I suggest we don't gamble with hundreds of lives. So when the blow is dealt, we do not leap to strike her immediately. We prioritize evacuating all of the civilians. Sergey, you will keep singing the lullaby while we evacuate them from the cathedral.
Yes.
And we will not strike until everyone is safe.
And the lullaby will, as long as you sing it.
If what you told me is true, she will not be able to break from her stasis. She will be frozen. Only until the last note falls.
How much time do we have?
Minutes at most. It will have to be quick. You will have to lunge forward. You will have to pierce the amulet immediately and then run. You will have to get everyone out as quickly as possible. Anyone left behind is all but surely dead.
It would be very dangerous, yes. Alright, fine. As much as I hate complications, we need to evacuate. You're right.
Do you think that that was her plan all along? To invite hundreds of innocents to protect herself? Hundreds of human shields?
Perhaps you're right.
It is possible.
Farah may be correct in the sense that she doesn't trust us, but by having the people there, it ensures that we don't make a
she
move.
definitely does not trust you. The only one she trusts is Victoria. The rest of you, she would slaughter you just as soon as she could. She will not risk turning Victoria away from her. So you live.
For now.
But yes, I have no doubt that she's invited the whole of Barovia here as a shield, knowing that she will be in a weakened state, but knowing full well that the honorable band of the Azran expedition would never dare to risk harming hundreds upon hundreds of people of innocence. So you find yourself in quite the bind.
But she has no idea that we know about the lullaby.
She does not.
Right?
And she certainly cannot know about the nature of the hairpin,
Right.
or what it can do. Otherwise,
Right.
she would never have willingly given it to anyone, much less Victoria.
We got a couple aces up our sleeves.
We can do this. We have a chance.
You will have to do it without my help. Unfortunately, both myself and the rest of the brides have been denied entry to the ceremony. For you see, Anastasia, Ludmilla, and Valenta are quite irritated that another will be added to our ranks, and they have become uncouth, quite unladylike. To make sure that all goes as planned and is as lovely a ceremony as possible, that none of the bride should ruin Victoria's special night, she has asked that we do not attend.
When all is said and done, where should we find you?
Will indeed.
Well, let's say you accomplish all of this. I'll await you on the gate. I'll await you at the bridge, outside of the gates.
All right. And perhaps you could assist if we can get these innocents outside the castle. Perhaps you can help us.
I will do as much as I can, but I'm not as concerned for them as I am for my own skin. You see, should you fail at any step of the way, should she find out I've helped you at all, it is my neck on the line.
Okay.
Escher, the road to redemption and penance begins with a single step.
Oh, blah blah blah, all that. A vampire can't be redeemed.
I suppose that's true. The abyss waits for you. There's nothing but darkness before you.
Yes, and don't I know it?
Good.
And we have a plan.
And you're trusting all of this on her shoulders. The one that teeters between the wicked and the good. What if in that moment she chooses to be wicked? What if she chokes?
Then there's plan D.
Which is all die. Wow. Sounds like a good plan. This mutton is delicious. And he takes a huge bite off of one of the haunches.
I don't think any of us even really expected to make it out of here alive after a certain amount of time that we've spent here anyway, so the fact that we even have a shot is more than I could have hoped for. And no matter what happens, I trust Victoria. And at the end of the day, if something were to happen where she weren't able to execute, so be it. I'm going down swinging. That's all I can ask for.
Speak for yourself, Shepard. I don't intend to die. I intend to get out of Barovia. If Victoria fails us, none of you will raise a weapon. Do you understand?
But Professor, I
don't understand,
If
Professor.
Victoria fails, and she submits to darkness, then we watch her get married. We enjoy the festivities. We let her succumb to her inner desires, and we find a way out.
Meanwhile,
Queen be damned.
Meanwhile, Sergey has stunned the bride, drawing her ire, slaughtering him, and surely drawing suspicion to all of us.
Not necessarily. She knows. I truly believe she knows that she will succumb to my blade. A life for a life. It would not shock her that I would turn on her in her moment. As I do not believe she asked me to facilitate the wedding because I am her kin, but because you keep your enemies closer. I think Clayton may be right. If you fail, the wedding commence.
We do what we can to survive. We find a way out.
That is not acceptable to me, Professor. You can have a plan B, but your plan B will be running from Dragon's fire.
So be it.
Victoria, if you fail us, I may perish myself and I may fail, but there will be an horrible inferno. and it all ends in fire. At least my end. But you won't fail us, will you?
I will not.
Do you swear? Look at all of us and swear it.
I swear that I will not fail. I think in certain times it can be a kindness to bring death to someone.
My thoughts exactly. I do not view us as cruel for bringing an end to Strahdanya. I think it will be a kindness, despite her lack of ultimate agency and her terrible life.
As I was told earlier today, there is no wickedness in death.
Exactly right. Who told you that?
Seems a fact.
All right. All right. We have a plan. And if...
I'm so sorry, I've got the hiccups. I've been trying to swallow them because you were like being really serious. But
Here,
they were
drink some
getting
water.
really okay. Thank you
I'll
so
call for
much.
some water.
And she starts chugging water.
After that, it's every man for themselves.
You know, I'm going to help you.
Arabelle, you have helped us so much.
I know, I'm so good at helping. It's really awesome.
We must keep you safe, too.
Yes, I know, and so, I will help you tomorrow. I made a sword out of some paper, and I have a little armor set that I will wear that I also made out of paper, and I will charge forward and say, "You die now!" You know?
You made armor and a sword out of paper.
Yeah, I folded it really cool. I found a book in the library that talked about how to do, armor out of paper and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was really awesome.
Did you make a helmet out of paper?
Duh.
Would like to see it later.
Okay, I will show you. I put little blossoms on it too, because your armor has blossoms.
You're just quietly.
But mine are pink, because it's way prettier than ugly yellow, but that's fine.
No.
I don't mean to interrupt. Professor,
Yes.
something just occurred to me, and maybe you can answer the question, but the case and everything in it, what happens to that if you croak?
That's a really good question, because I'm probably not going to be inside. But you know that their Sir Klutz will be inside, and he's kind of dead already, but...
I think Sir Klutz will be fine. Destroyed or otherwise.
But Lucas is going to be inside too.
It is a family heirloom. It passes down from Azran to Azran. It has always successfully been passed down. Presumably, I would die, and it would be granted over to
me?
To my daughter.
So I do get the case. That's so cool.
But I don't know. I've not tested it, obviously.
Well, maybe then, maybe at the end of the day then, your fate's already sealed, and you aren't gonna die here. Maybe that case has to make it to your daughter's hands.
Who's to say that if I die, it doesn't?
How did you get it?
I got it from my father.
How did you come upon it? Did he give it to you?
Yes, he did. When he retired, he passed it on to me. And if I die, it wouldn't be able to be opened until my daughter was able to learn how. So, everyone inside would be trapped until that time comes. And perhaps someone with ill intent could learn how to destroy it. At that point, everyone inside would be eviscerated into nothingness, if I'm understanding how things work correctly.
But that will not happen. I have faith, as I've been saying today.
So, like, am I gonna have to stay in the case tomorrow then? Because
Yes.
that's really spooking me out a little bit.
How you can help is you and Sir Klutz need to guard this house. It's very important. You have to make sure that there are no vampires besides Escher. Get
Oh,
inside.
yeah, so, like, speaking of Sir Klutz, like, he may have tripped a couple of times and ruined some really valuable, like, artifacts and family heirlooms and stuff. And you also had that really cool portrait of yourself that looked super old because you were, like, really young in it and you're really old now. And so, like, he was walking by it and he kind of slashed it with his sword, so... I mean, like, that's fine, right?
Seems out of character for him, no?
Thank you for telling me.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. We weren't going to tell you because I didn't want him to get in trouble, but... Oh, no.
They're all just things. That's fine. They can be repaired. But I need you to stay in the case. Your
Yeah,
safety
sure, like, I will do that.
is my number one priority. And that's why if things don't go well, I will be doing what it takes to survive.
Understood.
If things go poorly, and you need someone to hold them back, do whatever damage we can, that will be me. Shepherd, I would pray that you would stand shoulder to shoulder with me in battle, but as soon as the battle is lost, you will guide everyone home, ensure they survive. I will hold off anyone who attempts to pursue, and I will bring great fire and furious anger upon them. That is my plan B, Professor.
Do as you will. And maybe it's a trick. And none of this will work and we'll all die. At least this will all be over.
Sergey, and what of the main host, the crystal heart that's up in the tower? Destroying this amulet may free Strahdanya, but the Blood Queen will continue to terrorize these lands. Barovia will forever be cursed. She will simply find a new host.
That is a very good question, Kana, and of it I do not have the answer. I have simply the path that the Morning Lord has guided me on. I know all that I have told you, and not a thing more. I fear that though there are things you will have as an advantage against my sister, that the lack of knowledge will also be a disadvantage. I don't know if we will have those answers.
You're right. I think that our first step is the one that we have.
But I hope that if we are lucky, that when the tie is broken, that thing that calls itself the Blood Queen will find itself trapped yet again at the Ember Temple. That is simply a theory. No longer a host, but waiting for another.
Yes. Yes, and if that's what happens, then we could just put every possible guard on the Amber Temple and lock it away for eternity. None of this will have to come to pass.
It is a nice thought, at the very least. But all we can do is the next best thing, every step of the way. And we know that we must shatter the amulet, the gem, and we must kill the Strahdanya. And that is our quest, that is our charge at this point. We have our plan. Does everyone know their part?
Yes, totally.
Yeah.
What is your part?
To help you as the best I can, for sure.
By doing what?
Staying inside the case and making sure Sir Klutz doesn't break more stuff.
Exactly right. And guarding the front door with Lucas.
Yes, okay. And also kind of this
too, okay? And she jumps off her chair and she scampers over and climbs up onto your lap. She straightens your spectacles and she leans in and she gives you a gentle kiss on the cheek.
Oh, thank you.
I just want you to know that I love you and I believe in you.
She jumps down off of your lap, and to each of you, she scampers up, embraces you, gives you a soft kiss on the cheek, and tells you that she loves you and she believes in you. And as she finally says this to Sarnax, she scampers up onto her seat again, and you all feel graced by the hope of the innocent.
Well, I love you too, Arabelle.
Oh, I totally know that.
When all this is over, I think you and my daughter Emmy would be wonderful friends.
Do you think she would like me?
I think she would love you.
Do you think she'd want to play games?
Absolutely.
Do you think she would like the stories that I tell?
I think she would love to tell you stories as well.
Do you think she would pick on me because I can see into the future and I have magic and stuff?
If she's a true Azran, of course not.
I like her already. I want to have a friend. Like a real true friend. Sorry, Sir Klutz.
You will. You will very soon. I promise.
We love you very much, Arba. And if you will accept our friendship, we consider you a great friend.
Ew, I can't be friends with adults. It's so gross. Yuck, no. Whatever.
Well,
So is it time for dessert or no?
Yes. It's
Because
time
my
for dessert.
stomach really
Please,
hurts.
the trifle.
Arabelle, as the saying goes, and I said this last night, feels like a lifetime ago, that I love you and you love me, we're a happy family, and so on and so forth.
With
I-
a great big
I already did the whole
hug
thing last night, Kana.
and a kiss from me to...
I
To
recited it very well last
Arabelle,
time.
won't you say you love me too?
Yes, we all love each other very much.
I really like
eat
this.
some cake.
I offered him
It's
the
called
egg.
a trifle, okay? Like, Clayton I'm sorry, Professor Azran, literally said it. So.
I literally said it.
He said, Lucas, a trifle, and
Is that
then
not
a
cake?
trifle up here.
Well, there's cake with custard and toffee and some fresh berries. Lucas, these berries are fresh, right? Well, it's all like magic beans. It's all whiz-bees. It'll taste delicious. Just try
It
it.
really does, and as you look over, the trifle smothered, all over her face, all over the front of her pajamas. She's eating it with her hands. This is, really
Yes.
good. I like it so much.
Me too.
Couldn't I have a second one, because we're all probably going to die tomorrow?
Yeah. Yes.
Seems fair.
It does.
That does seem fair, yes.
Whew.
Are we forgetting anything?
That we are very deeply exhausted.
Yes.
We're horrifically exhausted. We need sleep.
You look over and Arabella's face burst in her trifle snoring.
Oh God.
Well, we've exhausted the wee little one. You watch as Escher scoops her up. He takes his kerchief and he wipes the chocolate away from her face. I will take her to bed. I should leave or stay. His eyes linger on Kana.
Oh! You have a meeting with Kana and Shepard this evening.
The self-improvement meeting.
Yes. I can provide a suitable room for such a meeting. A conference room, if you will.
Oh, I was not invited to that. I'm sorry. I need to pray.
You agreed?
Yeah, I agreed.
We'll learn a lot, Shepard. We'll be okay.
Oh my god. Alright, yeah, whatever you say, Kana.
If I might interject, let us not forget that we cancel that thought.
No, please do continue.
Never mind.
Well,
I very eagerly like to learn about all the battle tactics there are to
I
it.
will come for you when I play the little one rest.
And
Great.
we must provide Escher a path home out of the case for, I'm presume Strahd will be expecting him somewhere. So he needs to keep up
Well, if
appearances.
Connor's as eager a pupil as she seems, I'm not sure I'll be leaving until morning.
Lucas will see you out whenever that happens.
He nods, and he exits the room. Sergey, without a word, looks at all of you and nods and leaves as well.
I'll grab my lantern and stand up. I'm like, Island is fucking terrible. My eyes are even more deeply set than they normally are. And I'll say, if we all know our role and our path tomorrow, there's nothing left for me to do besides pray and sleep. I will pray for us, and if we fail, I will pray for our souls. All of you.
Thanks, Sarnax.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I'll go to my room. I'm just gonna pray to make sure. Like, I already gotten the sense that Garrix is there from the cathedral, I think, but like, I'm like, shit.
Well, it is getting late. I believe I will retire. I'll turn to Asher.
He's gone. He left with Arbel.
Okay. Well, I will turn to my study. Just be alone for a bit. Good night.
Good night.
Night, Professor.
And I'll get up and I'll go to my study attached to my room, and I'll pour myself another drink, and I will open my case and then fade away.
I'll do the same. I'll not do that, but I'll exit the case and I'll kind of like feel some of the fabric from the wedding dress in the closet, and then I'll go over to the bed, take off my prayer beads and put them on the nightstand and go to bed without prayer.
Okay. Noted.
Well, I am very eager to hear about all of Asher's tales of wars past, aren't you, Shepherd?
Alright, hold up. I don't know what you think is going to happen here, but the only reason I even said for a second that I was going to come to this meeting is because when he was talking to you, he was saying some creepy shit, alright? And I know that we saw him acting all innocent and fine with Arabelle, but at the end of the day, he's still the fucking enemy. And he might have a heart somewhere deep down in that undead soul of his, but I'm keeping my fucking eye on him, alright?
I think that's a fair assessment. I appreciate that you are joining me for all the knowledge we will be gaining tonight. Although I feel like if he had any evil intention, he would have slayed Arabelle, a child that we left unattended in the professor's case.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Look, I'm not mad. I know I sound a little gruff and upset, but I'm not. I'm not mad. I just need you to not let your guard down, all right? That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, you are an adult and you can do as you see fit, but I'm just making sure that motherfucker doesn't try anything weird.
Oh, okay. Very well. I will assure you I will not let my guard down. I don't wish to be pushed off of any bridges anytime soon.
Yeah. We're gonna get that motherfucker too, by the way.
Oh, yes. He is on my shit list.
Anyway, just keep your eyes peeled and your wits about you, and just don't, Look, I know he looks...
He looks like Escher.
Yeah, alright, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Looks like a...
I'm gonna sit down and pour myself another glass of bourbon and just sit on it and wait.
Very keen to hear more about his past. He seems like he's quite ancient.
Yeah, well...
You hear a soft thud as Escher leans up against the wall, his shirt completely unbuttoned to his waist. His abs rippling with muscle, his chest taut as can be, a light sprinkling of blonde chest hair between his pecs. His hair is completely down and flowing over his chest. You can see the rise and fall of it as he breathes. Connor, come. It's time for our lesson.
As soon as I see him, I'm just gonna... Oh, Garrick's help me. Escher, what are you doing?
I'm going to teach Connor a lesson. Isn't that what you wanted, little samurai?
I do.
Then come. And he motions to you. He moves one finger.
I will approach.
Kana.
Well, he's just going to teach me a lesson. I've done this before in training. We normally change down into our gis. Unless it's
Would you
quite warm in
like to
here.
change down into your gis? Would that make this easier for you to practice?
Well, I am bleeding out quite a bit here, but
I know. I can smell it.
Right now this is weighing quite heavily on me, Shepherd. I hope this means no offense. I just start taking my armor off. And put my helmet down on the cushion, and I just start strapping up my wrists as if we're about to wrestle.
Yep. Come.
And I will approach.
You walk closer, and quick as lightning, he spins around behind you and pins you to the wall, flipping you around, pressing his body up against you. You can feel the cold chill of his skin as his hard chest presses into your body. He leans his lips down next to your neck. Never let your guard down for a second, Connor, or it will be the last time you do.
Asher, I'm speechless.
Yes.
I'm uncomfortable.
What do you feel, Connor?
Hot and like I've felt before. I'm unsure of this sensation, but I don't see that there's any immediate danger, Shepherd, and I'm looking over Ash's shoulder at Shepherd.
He spins you around and pushes you forward. Do not be daft, girl. You are far too strong, far too powerful to let a vampire in the night seduce you in such a way. And he walks up to you and he tilts your chin up. You have failed the first test. Never let the devil so close. As he swiftly moves around you, you feel his stomach, or you feel his hand on your stomach. What do?
Is it by my wound?
I would say it's near your wound.
Careful. Well, you just told me not to let my guard down, and I'm getting in his face now. I'm angry. I'm just shoving him, I guess, away from me.
You can see the smile on his face. He's enjoying this. He continues to do this with you, pulling you back and forth, yelling at you, and fighting with you until finally your stance becomes that of the warrior. He is trying to fight with you, and you have let him far too close. What are you going to do? He looks at you like prey as he slinks towards you, his eyes vibrant and bright, as he licks his lips, his fangs exposed. For a second, you see the corner of his eye as he eyes Shepherd up and down, seeing how he's perceiving this entire situation, as once again you feel him pressing up against your back. Solid.
I'm going to attempt to make a sweeping motion with my right leg and try to attempt to trip him from behind.
Okay.
Sidestep, and I'm going to try and push him down on the ground.
Roll for it.
Dex?
Yep.
You say?
Goodness
Ooh,
gracious.
21.
As he presses into you, his hands move towards the wound. As you feel the tip of his long fingernail graze the wound, you do not hesitate as you quickly, like the wind, move behind him, kick, and he falls flat on his ass. He lets out a loud laugh as he looks up at you and says, "Finally, the warrior spirit has learned. And this is why I have faith in you above all else. Do not ever," and he looks you directly in the eye, "let lust take control of a heart as pure as yours. And if you're lucky, someday, when it is the first, it will all have been worth it." And just as quickly as he says it, you watch as he turns into bats and floats out of the door.
I look at Shepherd. I start gathering up my armor.
You alright?
I'm really glad you were here, Shepherd.
Yeah?
I would normally be embarrassed by this. My master would have shamed me into this
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's
Right
just
now.
not really what I was, well, you know, did he really need to have his shirt off?
You know, I thought the same thing. I thought, well, maybe we'll get into some wrestling, but then he seduced me, just as all vampires do. I was suddenly, well, you know, as I said, very hot and feeling unlike anything I've ever felt. Have you felt this sensation before?
I'm going to bed. Good night, Kyle.
Good night, Shepard.
Well done, the two of you. That was great.
Very good. Very good.
That is not at
Thanks,
all
Andy.
Kelsey is so disappointed. Kelsey is
Kelsey's
fucking disappointed.
Oh, we're so close.
Thank you.
I was like, yes,
Fucking salivating. Fucking Coliseum room into the fucking...
Throw him to the lions!
yeah, oh god.
And with that, you all make your way to your respective rooms, or to the room that you share outside of the case. Is there anything you want to do before bed?
I would, if anyone...
I'm just gonna browse. I feel very cold too. I'm like tired. I feel like
Gonna browse the internet and fall asleep.
so I'm gonna.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna just curl around my fire as quickly as possible and just like pray until I physically can't stay awake anymore, and then just pass out. I'm like a lizard around a heat lamp.
There isn't so much what I would do the night before.
Oh, we
but-
know what you're gonna do.
I don't need to browse the internet for what I will be doing, or will be doing in her quarters tonight.
Hot single samurai in my area.
Swipe right, swipe right.
This is the hot single samurai.
Oh god.
I would like to do something before the wedding, but I'm good otherwise for the night.
Okay.
So about an hour, or maybe 2 after I went to my study, I would get up and I would go to Arabelle's door.
Okay, so you go back into the case and you go to Arabelle's door. You hear the loud snoring of Arabelle. She is out like a light.
I'll knock 3 times. Arabelle?
What do you want? I was sleeping. I was having this really weird dream.
Do you mind if I come in?
Yes, but okay.
I'll gently open the door. And I'll close it
She's
behind me.
laying in bed. Her hair is tousled all around her. You can see a spot on her pillow where she's been drooling for at least the past hour or so. But she wipes her face and she tries to make something right with her hair as she sits up and pulls the blankets tight around her.
You can sit down on the bed if you want to, right there. It's warm because my feet were there.
All close. Thank you.
The whole bed was
Arabelle.
warm because I was sleeping in it up until like 3 minutes ago. Like toasty warm, with like the body of a small child sleeping in here. You know, because tomorrow her favorite people are going to die, and like she might be stuck in a case forever. So she was like sleeping peacefully, like right here in this bed. You know, like 3 minutes ago.
I'll sit down. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. And I'll sit down. Arabelle, I know
That is my name.
you want to help tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I know, and so I will do that.
I need you to stay alive.
Well, yeah, like I'm not going to die. I'm only 6, so that'd be really stupid.
I'm just begging you that however you... I know you're very powerful.
Really powerful.
However
More
you
powerful than
plan
you for sure.
to help us tomorrow. Under no circumstance are you to endanger yourself in any way. Do you understand?
She reaches out and she grabs your hand.
I'm not going to endanger myself. But I know what comes, and I know what is coming. I can feel it, and even in here, I hear the beating of the heart. And I can help you, and I will help you, but I don't even have to leave the case. I've been practicing, and I know I can do it. You just have to trust me.
I do.
And she squeezes your hand.
trust me the way I trust you, and know that I would never do anything that would endanger me or you. Okay?
I do trust you. And that's why I'm trusting you with this. And I will reach into my pocket and I will pull out several envelopes.
I was worried, oh fuck, what am I gonna do?
This one is for my family.
Okay.
For my daughter, Amelia.
Yep.
You are not to open it
Are you sure?
unless I die.
Okay.
You understand?
Cool. Yeah.
And this one. This is for you.
For me?
Yes.
Can I read it right now?
No.
Oh.
You are also not to open it unless I die.
But if it belongs to me, then how come you get to tell me what to do with it?
This is very important.
I know, that's why I'm
understand?
asking really important questions.
My number one goal tomorrow is making sure that you survive.
Oh. I won't open it then unless you die. But you won't, okay? Because, like, you won't.
I won't die. But if I do, I'm going to make sure that you survive. That you don't die in this case, and that you can get home where
She
I'm
nods
from.
at you. There are tears streaming down her face, but she's trying not to show it. She's trying to stay
It's
strong.
very important that no matter what, you will survive. I'll survive too, but I'm just making sure that you will survive. And that no matter what you do, you find where I'm from. You take this other letter to my daughter. And there will be further instructions in the letter.
Okay, I will do that, but, like, don't die, okay?
I won't.
That was, like, really not cool way to wake me up.
And finally,
Oh, there's more, okay.
I will pull out a small pouch. You are not to touch this unless I die. Do you understand?
What is it?
Doesn't matter what it is.
Do I need to feed it?
No, you don't need to do anything unless I die.
Okay.
It will be within the instructions for my daughter, or in the letter to my daughter. I'm going to place it here, and I'll open the drawer of the desk that's in her, the ring that's in her room. It's going to be safe here.
Sure, okay.
You're not under any circumstances to open it. Do you understand?
Yep, totally got it. Mm-hmm.
Unless I die. And you will know when I die. This
I
case
know.
will not stay exactly like this, I have a feeling. If I'm the parent.
I know. I've seen what it would look like. I know what it would feel like.
So just trust me and I'll trust you, okay? We can trust each other. And no matter what, I need you to get home so that my daughter Emmy has a friend.
Yeah, and that can totally only happen if you let me sleep, though.
I will. One more thing. And I'll pull out a little package in my last
Only
package of
if you
toffee.
die, right?
No, you can have this now.
Are you kidding? Is it candy?
It is.
You are a liar. You wouldn't let me have candy at the middle of the night.
It's a special circumstance.
Oh no, you are going to die tomorrow, aren't you?
And I will place a bag of toffee in the bed just next to her. Eat that whenever you care to. Now or later.
We trust each other, right? And we would tell each other everything and no secrets.
Yes.
I'm going to eat that whole bag of candy the moment you leave.
Don't stay
Every
up too
single
late.
little bit of it, I'm going to eat it right now.
All right, well, enjoy.
Okay.
I love you. And I'll kiss her on the forehead.
I love you too.
As I
And
get
so,
up.
don't die. And I promise that I will help you. And you just have to trust me too, okay?
All right.
Okay. Are you like my dad now? Because, I don't have one anymore.
I know you don't. And I won't replace you, Father, but I'll take you under my wing. I don't know if I can teach you anything. You're smarter than I am, but
Yeah, I know.
I'll see what I can do.
But I can't read, so...
Maybe that's where we'll start once this is all over.
I like that a lot. Okay. Thanks, Dad.
Good night.
Good night. Love
And
you.
I'll tuck her in. I'll turn and I will.
The candy, please.
Oh,
You tucked me in. I can't reach it. It's over by my feet. Thank you.
good night.
Good night.
And I will close the door and I will.
I love candy.
She starts eating.
The heart.
Can I go to bed?
Ow.
You all find yourselves in a deep, deep slumber. So deep. With innocence and the Raven Queen on your side, that as you awake, all semblance of exhaustion has been wiped from you.
Oh my god. Thank you.
You feel better than you felt since stepping into Barovia. You feel fresh, you feel new. You feel emboldened and empowered. You're awake.
Sweet.
All right.
I was like,
I saw most of you girding your loins for some horrific dream.
Yeah.
Not again.
Do we still have? So we have the Raven
You have
Queen's
Hero's
blessing?
Feast, or the Raven's Queen Blessing extends your Hero's Feast, and Arabelle, the Hope of the Innocent, helped to wipe away your exhaustion.
Sweet.
Thank you, Arbel. Thank you,
Long
Raven Queen.
You wake up feeling refreshed and renewed, better than you have in a long, long time. Today is the day, and it is already almost noon as you arise.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
We should be ready in the room in case we're summoned.
Agreed.
We all look like you're fit for a wedding.
Yeah, I guess as much as we can be.
I'll have put on one of my nicer, more cleaner geese that I had in my pack. And I try to scrub and get some of the dirt off on and try to look more presentable for today, just in case Plan A fails.
All right, well, I need to finish my tea, but I believe we should make haste.
Ready when you are.
I look down into the bottom of my cup.
It's
and
my favorite part of the
I
day.
read the tea leaves.
Is Richie writing down how he's going to, fuck
your
me?
Which
day.
dice should I do?
The little one. You can get a one.
Always
So
do the
I've
little
big,
one.
little, and then my old trusty.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
which
yeah,
one should
oh.
I start with first, big or little?
Little.
You get three
Let them
now?
all rip.
Little?
You get
Let them
three
all
now.
rip,
I have
man.
three. I'll let them all rip.
Just yeah.
Oh, you get 3
I get 3.
at 19?
I've had 3.
I didn't know that.
Interesting.
All right.
Guess
Remember
that makes
those.
sense.
I'll write them down, obviously. But keep me honest here.
While the professor is finishing off his tea, I'm going to take out a small tincture that I've had since the beginning of the campaign. I'm going to pop off the cork and I'm going to lay out my naginata, my katana, my blood spear, yeah, I'll do that for now. And I'll pop open the tincture and I will apply for 1 minute to each. I'd like to apply my oil of sharpness.
Okay.
Baby.
5 pieces of slashing or piercing ammunition. I'm sorry, I can only do it to 1 weapon. So it'll just be my naginata then,
Okay.
which is it is a slashing weapon. Yep, and then, I'll just be coating it with oil of sharpness, which is going to give me a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls.
Damn. All right.
For 1 hour. So keep me honest on if we've been longer than an hour, and I'll take it off. I'm just sharpening my blades and getting my trusty one up.
Presumably the wedding will be in more than an hour.
Yeah. Yes, you know that the wedding doesn't start until the evening. So you imagine you have a couple of hours before someone's probably going to come to someone to take Victoria to get ready, and then someone to take the rest of you wherever you're headed. And then it'll be a few hours from that point before the wedding actually happens.
Well, I have some time to find somewhere to do that without being suspicious, I suppose. Back at the case, I don't know if we'll find a time to...
Well, presumably, I think they would mention that we would participate in some way. So we need to be told what to do, and maybe after that point, before the ceremony starts, you take a quick minute.
That's a good idea.
Is there anything else we need to do then? Once we part ways, I will likely be apart from you until the ceremony.
Professor, any chance you have some jade in your handy briefcase?
How much?
Just a few beads.
Oh, that's it?
Just a few.
Easily. Curio.
You can't do those noises around Kelsey.
And in my hand, there's a nice handful, probably 10 or 12 jade beads.
Okay. I will take them from you, and I'll find some string in my bag, and I'll thread them through and tie them, and I'll approach Victoria, and I will ask for your wrist, and I will put the jade bracelet on your wrist, and I will say, "Beads of jade for beauty."
That's lovely. Thank you, Miss Connor.
You will bring honor to all of us. I trust you, and I know that you will do good.
So grateful for your words.
Those are spell reagents. Just keep that in mind.
What a
They're
waste.
reagents for spells. Just,
What a waste.
I can't promise
it's just a pretty
they'll last
bracelet.
forever.
For beauty.
It looks very nice.
It's with this that you hear the door thud open as Escher saunters in. He looks immediately to Kana, where a blush rises to your cheeks for a second before you regain your composure and smiles. His eyes trail over to Shepard as he looks you up and down. Well, I hope you all slept well.
Surprisingly so.
Well enough.
That is great to hear. Now, as you know, I will not be able to join you at the wedding, and I did hear that they'll be sending up separate parties to retrieve Victoria and the rest of you. So, this is when we will say our goodbyes.
Goodbye. We'll meet you at the gates.
Yes. And now, as one does, I dabble in a bit of alchemy. So, Sarnax, catch. And he reaches into his pocket and he throws you
Oh, fuck.
a vial.
I reach
You
out.
are able to catch it. He
And I grab
then
it.
throws a vial to each of you.
Oh. What is this?
They're health potions.
Oh.
The superior or whatever the highest health
The good
potions
shit,
are.
yeah.
The really good shit.
Hell yes.
I've had these for a while and I dusted them off, checked the potency, so hopefully you don't need them, but if you do...
Supreme?
Yes.
Holy
You
shit.
can thank your good pal Escher for his abilities.
Holy shit.
Well, thank you, Escher.
Of course, Connor.
These will definitely
I
come in
think
handy.
we all learned a lesson last night.
We did. Thank you for your wise teachings.
Any time, darling.
Duly noted.
No, I don't really blush.
Well, yes, Sarnax.
I want to thank you for this and for all of your assistance. I admit I am surprised that a creature of the night has done such good for the light. But I just want to say, in the end, you have a long life ahead of you, an eternal life, and a long path of atonement and redemption and penance remains.
think of the first step, and then the next, and then the next, and perhaps centuries from now, you won't recognize yourself as you are.
The first step is why I helped you in the first place. Freedom. And with mine, I hope you find yours. Good luck today, all of you. You will need it. But you have surprised me. And I hate to say, I am rooting for you. And I hope you surprise me yet again. Now, adieu. He bows before you in a flourish. Kana, you see as his shirt pops slightly open. You can see the faint tuft of hair on his chest. You see he rights himself and saunters from the room.
Sneak in a quick biting of the lip. Try to hide it away from us.
The door shuts softly behind him. You all begin to look around, and you notice Sergey is nowhere to be found. But sitting on the side table of one of the beds, you see a note quickly scrawled. In Sergey's, what appears to be Sergey's hand, and signed with Sergey von Zarovich. My business began in the morning. I regret I could not wake you. You all slept so peacefully. I will see you at the wedding. Do not forget the plan. Victoria, I believe in you. Your friend, your family, Sergey von Zarovich.
All right. This is it. Let us go. And I will lead the party up the stairs, out of the case. Wait, we're still in the case, right?
You slept outside of the case, I thought.
No, I think we all
I
slept
did.
inside. I slept inside.
Fine, then you're outside the case. It's fine.
Sorry.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Regardless.
We're all together.
Where you slept doesn't matter.
Okay. I will lead everyone out of the case into the room that was provided for us. I'll get to the top of the stairs and I'll say, well, Manu, this is for you. I'll grab the dress out of the closet. Hopefully, whoever they send, they can carry this with some kind of respect. And now we wait.
You wait for near an hour. Silence drags on. Your energy waning. The anticipation nagging at all of you before finally the door itself opens and you see two wraith-like women. Their skin a pearlescent white as they walk in, their tattered dresses around them, their nails long and dark. As they look towards you, Victoria, one of them rushes over, grabs the dress from the closet, and ushers to you to follow.
See you soon.
Victoria, darkness and death are not wicked, only the mortal actions we make.
Yes.
As you exit the room, they lead you from room to room along passage after passage until you finally find yourself in a beautiful hallway lined with large gilded paintings of the von Zarovich line. And lastly, into one of the largest rooms you've seen since entering, only slightly smaller than that of Strahdanya herself. The bed hangings in here are clean and beautiful. Plush, blue velvet. It's gorgeous. The wraiths begin to fuss with your hair, apply makeup to you. They begin to slowly help you undress. You spend time with them. You, at a couple points, attempt to talk to them. And one of them opens her mouth to show you where her tongue had been cut. They cannot speak. They can only assist. Is in silence and fear, hope, and uncertainty, you begin to get ready for the wedding. Is there anything you'd like to do while you get ready for the wedding?
No, other than... I don't know if they would be doing this, but when the veil goes on, pinning it. Perfect with the hairpin.
As the veil goes on, they recoil from the hairpin, their undeath not allowing them anywhere near it as you slowly slip the pin into your veil, securing it in place. The rest of you wait for another hour or so before finally you hear a rap on the door.
I get up immediately, look at the professor, nod, and open the door.
You open the door and Rahadin's hunched figure is there staring at you. Your service has been requested. You shall usher the guests into the wedding. Yes?
Yes.
You
All
are
right.
dirty.
Do you have anything else I can wear?
Prestigio. And
He nods. He nods at you in thanks.
That was my dirt.
Well.
Sarnax up too.
Let us away then. He leads you through the castle, through passageways and secret rooms, until you find yourselves in the grand entrance hall. And it is beautiful. The doors flung wide open, draped in red velvet drapery, large black garlands placed all over. Beautiful, pristine red and purple roses dot everything. Ornate golden vases line the entranceway, filled to the brim with flowers. The scent of lavender, the scent of roses, the scent of love. It is loud as you walk in. The cathedral at the other end of this level of the castle is already teeming with life. As Rahadin ushers you towards the doors that lead to the cathedral, he places Kana and Clayton on one side, Sarnax and Shepard on the other. He hands you small parchments to pass out to each guest as they come through. He explains to you to greet them and to show them where to sit. You choose. Make sure that no side is more heavy than the other. As you glance around the cathedral, you see that it is so vastly different from what it had been before. What it had been the night before. It is now full of color, ready for a true wedding. And if you didn't know any better, this would be the grandest wedding fit for a queen. Not a countess, not Strahdanya. It is beautiful, and your heart lightens just a bit as you see the Barovian commodores milling about, some of them looking truly joyous to actually be at an occasion, sitting down with their family members. There are undead servants milling about offering hors d'oeuvres, but they look to be piping hot, fresh. No rot to be found. The Barovians hesitantly take them and eat them, and it's delicious. And joy, for the first time in a long time, has come to Barovia. You both take your positions, or all four of you take your positions to the side of the cathedral as you begin to hand out pamphlets.
Oh, right this way.
Welcome to the wedding of Isabella von Karstein. Mrs. and Mrs. Isabella. Anyway, please come in.
Strahdanya von Zorovich.
Oh, I said von Karstein. I'm sorry, just a moment of madness.
And Isabella.
Isabella. God damn it.
I'm not there.
Someone's been screaming.
That's entirely the wrong name, Kana. You're feeling all right.
That's not even good.
I'll hand one out and say, there's no bride side or bride side. We're all family here. Sit where you'd like.
Huh? What? Yeah, take this. Go sit down. Yeah, get that way. Sit down. Here.
Oh, God.
This is nice. Perhaps Strahdanya intends well. Kana, don't forget her name.
I'm sorry. It's just part of the dream, I was very well rested last. Anyway, apologies.
This way. Down this way.
Please. Come
Shepard, are you well? You look as if you've been up late drinking your whiskey.
No, I mean, I had a drink before I went to sleep, but no.
I also saw a drink before, but the drink before you went to sleep.
All right, I had a couple drinks. It's not a big deal.
I'm just saying, Shepard.
It's not unusual for me.
Could you hold out your hand for me very quickly? Okay, you're fine.
Sornex. Hey, come on.
I'm trying to make light of the situation, in all honesty.
We need to focus, all right?
I am very nervous.
Yeah, I can tell. Sit down over there.
We don't believe
As you
in
reach
marriage.
out another pamphlet, the person grabs the pamphlet from you, but also grabs your hand. It is good to see you again. And as you look up, you stare into the eyes of Davian Markov.
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. I didn't even recognize him.
Freshly cleaned, his staff in one hand.
It is good to see all of you. I regret to be here, unfortunately, but an invitation was sent to the family, and one of us had to accept. And it was a chance to see your beautiful shining faces. So I have taken it.
Whatever happens, just no, we're not going to let anything bad happen to you, all right?
I have no doubt in my mind that with you present, that all are safe.
Is the I'm with we're
Yeah,
together?
you
Okay.
can all hear.
Okay, cool.
You're just one on either side for the sake of visuals.
Is the family well?
How is Svasha? Is she doing well?
She is a scamp, but she is doing well. She misses you, all of you.
Still alive?
Yes, very much alive.
All right.
She does not take a single day for granted.
Relieved to see a friendly face. I know what you can do, so if this goes poorly...
He smiles at you and he tilts his staff a little bit towards you.
I may be old, but I am not stupid, and I always come prepared.
All right, well, be safe. And hopefully they're serving some of your wine at the ceremony.
We delivered a new batch of Champagne de la Stomp. Thanks to the efforts of all of you. It is the first we have made in many, many a year. I hope you will take a chance to have a glass for us.
Looking forward to it.
Yes.
Your seat's right there. Thank you.
He grabs each one of your hands and shakes it, pats you on the back as he almost waddles in his old age towards his seat.
Welcome.
That's not good. She would invite one member of the family. Seems like obviously there's a threat involved. I don't like this.
He can handle himself. We saw what power he's capable of.
I'm glad he's here, frankly. I am, but I get a bad feeling.
It's at this moment that you hear a loud clanging as you see a form tumble from a door off to the side. The clanging, the sound of Piddlewick the Second being thrown across the entry hall as Blinsky stumbles out of a room, apologizing profusely. As he rushes over and picks up Piddlewick, they both laugh as he holds him on his leg.
You will tell me many stories, great stories, and I will learn how you were created.
Piddlewick looks up at him, his sinister smile, but he seems happy, contented. As you watch, as in the room from whence they came, Gertruda steps out in a beautiful dress, a pale, pale pink, and followed directly behind her, her mother. In a matching gown, but to fit her age, as the four of them walk towards you. Mad Mary immediately looks to you, Clayton.
Thank you for checking on my daughter. We spoke last night in the very wee hours of the morning when I arrived, and she told me that you brought her doll back to her.
Yes.
When you have a chance, when things settle down after the wedding, I would hope that you would come to Barovia, and I would love to offer you a fine dinner in my home.
Yes,
As thanks.
We have not been back to Barovia village since we left the first time. I apologize it took us so long to find your daughter, but almost as if it was divine providence for you to meet her the very next day. Hopefully you can get some time with her. Maybe take her home for a little bit after this is all said and done.
Squeezes your hand and smiles up at you as Blinsky rushes over to Sarnax and embraces you. You have spent a lot of money.
I have, Blinsky. It is good to see
my
you.
business.
I just put my head in my hands.
He holds.
Shepard missed you very much.
He holds Piddlewick the Second by the scruff of his collar. Have you seen these really cool clockwork man?
Yes, he.
Look at him, and he taps on his stomach. The sound ringing out throughout the cathedral. The Barovian commoners look at all the commotion that's coming from Blinsky, but he does not seem to have the social graces that everyone else has. It is very cool.
I am glad that you were able to come here. Do you have any additional toys on you? I don't have any coin on me, but I could give you an IOU.
No, just this clockwork man. But I tell you, he took a large bite out of my shin, and it is going to bruise.
I lost a nail and cracked my skull thanks to him.
There will be a scar.
Yes, no, I don't
There will.
doubt that. That is a whole... Well, I mean, be careful.
He very nearly murdered our friend Connor here.
Yeah, he almost pushed me off a bridge.
Clever little creature.
Yes,
Such a
I cannot wait to
trickster.
find the ways that he works.
A scamp, really, yes.
Yes.
Truly.
Good luck.
He's mine now. I'm truly excited now for a wedding.
Yes,
Oh,
enjoy.
here is your... Here, I will guide
May
you
I
to
have a
receive
second for
Blinsky.
Piddlewick, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
I will guide
Thank
you. So Shepard, keep away. This is mine.
You watch as they all make their way in. For another 45 minutes or so, you continue to usher new guest after new guest, some that you had seen in Barovia and Balaki and Kresk. Many familiar faces, many you had never seen before. Hundreds of people have arrived at Castle Ravenloft. And as you're distracted, communicating to or talking to each other, you feel a warm hand on your shoulder, Shepard. The children are safe. Young Tommy inquires about you.
Oh my goodness.
Father Lucian stands before all of you.
Father, how have you been?
Well, I was asked to come to facilitate the wedding, and when I arrived this morning, I was told that it was going to be handled by someone else. But I have been asked to stay and to watch, and so I will. Because it has been a long time since joy found its place in Barovia.
I'm glad the kids are alright.
They are. You will have to come see them. They worry for you.
Yeah, we'll be sure to do that.
Did Strahdania include any kind of threat in your invitation?
The same threat she included in everyone's invitation. That declining was not an option. At least one from every family invited must appear.
All right.
I could not bring the children, though they wanted to come.
Thank goodness they're back in Vallaki.
They will not forgive me that they've missed out on such an event, but I could not trust them to not ruin it and incur her ire.
Father Lucian, how is Vallaki doing after everything that happened?
It is weakened, but the people have hope. They work tirelessly. Things are being rebuilt. New paint is finding its way on old buildings. It looks better than it did before. But only time will tell.
That warms my soul to hear. Thank you.
And mine, Sarnax, and mine. You all look well. I will not lie and say I was not worried for what this would entail, but this is lovely. I am glad to have come.
Me too.
Now, where should I sit?
No, I'll take you to your seat. Come on.
You lead Father Lucian to a seat and help him to sit down. As the guests begin to come in more slowly. One after another. The time between them longer and longer and longer. Until finally it's been a significant amount of time until you've had a new arrival at all. As the doors of Castle Ravenloft open and a hunched figure walks in. Covered in a shawl, figure begins to hobble and move towards you slowly. Bones old, hunched beneath her cloak. And as she gets to you, she pulls the hood back and her bright, sparkling eyes Madame Ava smiles at you all.
You will not see me on the guest list, but I hope for a friend you will allow me entrance to my sister's wedding.
Of course, we would never deny you. You weren't invited.
Of course not.
We thought you left.
The Velaki are safe. My kin, that's
right?
what I said.
Okay, just making sure.
I am old. Do not correct an old woman.
Very true.
The Vistani are safe. My kin are safe. But I could not miss a wedding. I could not miss this.
Well, I've been taking very good care of Arabelle. And
I know. She tells me so.
oh, you still talk, of course.
That's impressive.
I will do what I can to raise her. She'll be a very powerful wizard one day. More powerful than I could ever hope to be.
She will put all others to shame. But she is of my blood. Now my knees weak and my back tires. Clayton, escort me to my seat.
Please, take my hand.
You all look so well.
It is wonderful to see you, Madam Ava.
It is wonderful to see you.
I feel well, Madam Ava. Do you feel it? Fate culminating?
Yes, and joy.
I feel it as well. Thank you.
As we kind of walk down the hall, down the aisle, I'll say to her, I'll lean in, once we're going away, I'll say, I'm going to be honest. Madam Ava, I didn't expect to see you again.
I know. I saw it in the crystal ball.
Do you see anything else?
Many things.
All right, well, like Sonic said, I have a good feeling about all of this.
She pats you on the back. As do I, my dear. As do I. The cards have fallen, and they have not strayed from their path.
I think, regardless of what happens, I think we might do this.
It is with this that a loud bell begins to ring as Rahadin rushes up. You must all take your seats. Shepherd, first quadrant, second pew, third seat in, and he starts to give you seats. First, second, third, fourth piece of the cathedral. Take your seats.
Sure.
We will. Thank you.
We're not seated together.
Stradania does not wish for you to be, so you will not be.
All right.
Very well. We find that amenable. We'll just have one final conversation before the ceremony begins.
Make it quick.
We will.
The doors will be closing in minutes.
Of course. Back to me.
Carla, you best start applying your oil now.
Is this a?
You
find a
can,
corridor?
yes, you're fine.
I'll just take out, just dump it into some a cloth and just
We can
start.
all huddle
This,
together.
Yeah.
when you're doing
this makes it even more critical that we do not focus on lighting up Stradania when Victoria makes her strike. We must ensure that all of the civilians in our respective quadrants are taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
We will escort them before the first gunshot, the first flame is flung.
I believe that if Victoria can strike, then if we have a few more minutes, we should be able to get everyone out of here okay.
Yeah.
We'll all be in a different portion of the cathedral. Let's each of us focus on those around us.
Yes. And one more thing, all of you, my comrades and companions. I have stared into the fire every single night since we've been here, and I do not know what will happen today, but I have seen a victory in the flames, a victory in the fire. I've had doubts, especially after yesterday in that heart, but I have faith in Garrix. I know you have faith in Garrix. I hope both of you, as faithless as you are, I hope you will have faith in Garrix, and if not Garrix, have faith in me.
I do have faith in you, Sonax. I have faith in all of you.
I have faith in all of you as well.
And I have faith in Victoria.
As do I.
I think we need to be ready.
I do too as well.
Plan B's be damned.
This is going to work.
I have faith and loyalty in each of you. Even though I am not a devout follower of Garrix, I believe in all of us. I trust you all with my life. And I hope you trust me as well.
Yes, of course. Of course.
I hope this isn't the last time we see each other and we all make it out alive. But if it is, then it has been an honor, truly.
It has been an honor, and I'll be heading towards my seat. Shepherd.
Yeah.
Remember why Garrix chose you. Be the shepherd.
All right, Sarnax.
Good luck.
You too.
Good luck,
You
all
all
of you.
find your seats as the doors close with a loud reverberating thud. Everyone begins, the noise of the hum in the room begins to get louder as everyone's looking around. You too begin to look around, seated next to people you've never met before, but they introduce themselves, you introduce yourselves, you make pleasantries as you wait, as you wait, as you wait. You look behind yourselves and you see that this cathedral is 2 stories high. And at the very back of the room, one on the left and one on the right, are 2 wooden spiral staircases leading up to the 2nd floor. And for a second, you see a glimpse of white. And you know that on one side is Victoria. As everyone is finding their seats and getting ready for the wedding to start, Victoria, you find yourself looking down over the cathedral, staring at the room before you. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And so are you. Your hair has been done to the utmost perfection. Your makeup is pristine in every way, and the dress fits you perfectly, as if it was made for you. The 2 wraiths that move about you, getting you ready, silent, but they do anything that you wish. Is there anything that you'd like to do before the wedding begins? It is with that once again a bell tolls. As music begins to play, the wraiths usher you towards the stairs, and you know what you need to do. As you pull the veil over your face, you begin to descend the steps. Everyone in the room rises to their feet as they all turn and look towards the stairwell on the right. Victoria, a vision in white. As she begins to descend the stairs, turn after turn, her dress trailing behind her, the beading catching the glimpses of the candlelight as it flickers over her, as if she's almost shimmering with beauty. She makes her way to the back of the room, and out of the shadows steps someone you remember. Your father takes his arm, grabs you, places your arms together. He leans down and he says, "I have always loved you, and I loved your mother too. I'm proud of you, my daughter, of your strength, who you have become, and who one day you will become. I love you. Congratulations." As he squeezes your hand, he begins to lead you down the aisle. Sergey stands in a beautiful, radiant gold suit of armor. His helmet off as his dark hair flows around his shoulders, a book held out in his hand. As you slowly make your way to the end of the end of the row, you take your spot up next to him. He looks down at you and smiles. A tear rolls down your father's face as he lets your hand go and he takes a seat at the very front of the pews, looking up at you in awe, in wonder, and in love. Sergey looks to you. "I have faith in you, Victoria. You look beautiful. May the morning Lord shine his light on you this day." as everybody lets out a loud gasp, as standing at the very top of the left staircase is Strahdanya, clad in a beautiful black wedding dress. It hugs every curve of her body, the veil touching the very floor that she walks on, and as she moves, step after step, as she descends from the alcove that she had been in, it looks almost as if she's not walking, but floating on air. When she gets to the very end of the pews, no one comes to collect her, for she needs no one. Her head held high as she moves down the aisle, heading towards you, her eyes locked on you. You can see it through the veil, her face filled with joy, love, passion. Her eyes never leave yours as she walks gracefully towards her brother. And as she stands in front of you, towering over you, you see it for the first time. Trust. She looks down on you with the eyes of someone who's deeply, irrecoverably in love with you. She reaches out, and you feel her hands cold on yours as she turns to Sergey. A hush falls over the entirety of the chapel as Sergey raises his voice and begins to deliver the sermon. We are all gathered here today to witness the marriage of Miss Victoria Isaacs and Countess Strahdanya von Zorovich. If there is anyone in this audience hall that protest to this wedding, may they now do so, or forever hold their peace. He looks out over the cathedral, and not a single person stands. It's almost as if not even a single person is willing to breathe. Victoria, you are the only person that notices a sigh of relief ripple across Strahdanya. She sees that no one will stand to oppose. She squeezes your hands just a little bit tighter, and there is worry. She's nervous. If a creature like this can be nervous, she is in this moment. Sergey continues. He preaches on about the sanctity of marriage, the importance of love. It lasts for a near hour as he pleads out to all gods, all beings of higher power, to honor the wedding between the two of you, before he finally looks between his sister and you, Victoria. It is now that I would ask my beloved sister, Strahdanya von Zorovich, to recite her vows. Strahdanya lets your hands fall for a second. You can see she's partially shaking.
I'll give her a quick smile.
She smiles back at you, and you can see her relax in front of you. I vow that for the rest of our lives, for eternity always, that I will watch you, that I will protect you, that I will love you, that no harm shall come to you as long as you are mine, and that with this ceremony, I pledge to be yours always. Sergey nods his head, and he looks towards you. Victoria Isaacs, that's a long voice. Victoria Isaacs, your vows.
I, Victoria Isaacs, take you, Strahdanya, to be my eternal partner, to have and to hold in shadow and in light, from this day until the end of our days. My joys shall be your joys, your sorrows shall be my sorrows. And as of today, we shall bind ourselves together for better or for worse. I have come to accept that my path to you has been no accident, and it is in fact what I've been searching for my entire life. My suffering for Ilmater has led me to this dark land, so that I may finally bring an end to our lonely anguish. It has guided me to you, Strahdanya, and I vow to bring you to peace at any cost. My soul is yours.
She squeezes your hand in hers, and you see all semblance of reservation fall from her face as she smiles down at you, a true, genuine smile as she mouths the words, "I love you." Sergey turns to you both. "It is with the power vested in me that I..." And Sergey begins to sing. The song is soft at first, and Strahdanya shakes her head, unsure as to what is happening. As she slowly begins to turn her head towards Sergey, she realizes all too late as her body locks up and she freezes. She looks directly at you, her eyes wounded, as she begins to mouth the words, "Why?" as she is frozen in place. Sergey looks at you, and with desperation, "Do it now!" as he slowly finishes the song.
So with that, I will reach up to her face, and I don't know if she's like paralyzed. But
She can't move. She's in
I'll
pure
move around
stasis.
to the front of her and close her eyes and kiss her deeply, and then I will pull the hairpin and thrust it into her choker.
As soon as the tip of the hairpin meets the ruby within Strahdanya's choker, there's a flash of shadow magic as the pin shatters and a loud crack echoes through the cathedral that drowns out the gasps of the wedding guests. Strahdanya's paralyzed green eyes are filled with shock, rage, hatred, betrayal, and sadness as she is knocked back by the eruption of magic. As the initial cacophony dies down, the cathedral is deathly quiet for just a moment, and all that can be heard is the faint beating of wings. Where Victoria's father had been is now a cloud of falling raven's feathers. Then you hear a sickening, slimy-sounding pop as your attention is drawn to the cracked gem, and in a single moment it bursts into bloody red energy that lashes out across the entire cathedral in tendrils of power. They almost look like tentacles as they strike every living creature in the room. I need you all to roll a charisma saving throw at disadvantage.
Shit. We still get to add the 1d4 to saving throw,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Oh, wow. 16 or 17. 19. That's not bad.
Oh boy.
I got a 2
I got
plus.
a 10.
You said charisma? Oh,
Yes,
that's not
at disadvantage.
Oh, that's
13.
not good.
13.
Who needs to twist?
I should twist.
I got a 16.
I should twist.
Okay, 2 twists.
Yeah.
I got a 19.
I'm on my 16 roll.
Okay, that was even worse.
I'm sorry, I got a dirty 20. I didn't realize I was
Okay, I'm getting one more twist. One more
Okay.
twist. One more
Thank you,
twist.
chat.
And that's it. That's all I'm
We're
doing.
panicking.
Okay, I fail. I accept my fate.
16.
24.
Dirty 20.
Shepard?
16.
You all feel your bodies lock up as if the blood in your veins is working against you, puppeting you into a helpless observer as arcing streaks of eldritch power course over everyone in the cathedral, including Sergey. His eyes are wide with realization as the lullaby loses its hold over Strahdanya and she begins to move. The wriggling, bloody tendrils from her gem shrink back from the crowd to completely consume her in red energy. They seem to affect her worse than anyone else in the room. She lets out a pained scream as her body is covered from head to toe in pulsing, bulging veins of corrupting energy. Stray bits of flying power escape from the gem. In an instant, her proud, beautiful, youthful exterior ages centuries until she looks like a withered crone. Her fangs sink back to normal teeth, human once more. But only for a second, as her vampire body rejuvenates a moment later, her beauty returning. The rapid shifting and changing back and forth happens again and again and again and again, human to vampire, vampire to human, young to old, until the Countess lets out a brutal roar of anguish, and with a flash of crimson light, relative calm returns to her. Standing before you with maddened eyes full of betrayal is the mighty undead warlord you all know too well. Her previously unblemished pale skin is marked with coursing, writhing veins of eldritch magics that seem to be empowering and torturing her all at the same time. Her face is sunken and otherworldly, her fangs longer than they'd ever been before. Her eyes, once a soft green, have turned to pure red, and streaming down her cheeks are two endless streams of crimson tears, blood streaking her porcelain face. As she looks at all of you, you can see the malevolence of a lifetime of evil carved across her face. Her countenance is cracking as you see genuine sadness as the devil cries. She turns to you, Victoria. In a single swift motion, she grabs you by the throat, her long, sharp nails digging into your flesh, piercing into you. Her red eyes are filled with equal parts hurt and hate. You were supposed to be different. You were supposed to be my one light in the darkness. You were supposed to fill the void inside me. Strahdanya suppresses a bitter sob as she attempts to wipe away the streams of blood from her cheeks, but the bloody tears remain. They continue to flow. And after everything I did for you, I let you and your friends traipse around my land on your little expedition. After I promised you everything you could want. After all I thought we had, you would dare betray me. You steal the reincarnation of my first love. You lock her in a church. You bring my brother back from the dead to turn against me. You use my mother's hairpin, the only token of remembrance I have of her, to do this to me. Strahdanya gestures to her entire presence with a melodramatic flourish of her arm as her grip around your throat gets tighter and you feel your windpipe closing. Her nails dig deeper as blood trickles down your neck. She hesitates a moment before releasing her grasp and throwing you to the cold stone of the cathedral floor. She turns to all of you, to everyone in audience. No good deed goes unpunished. I was a fool for thinking things could be different. And you are all fools for coming to this land. You've doomed me. You've doomed yourselves. And you've doomed Barovia. You've doomed even more than you could possibly know. You cannot comprehend the dark powers you are evoking. Strahdanya raises her arm in the air. The crackling, pulsing energy that's held the entire cathedral at bay shoots back to her arms, freeing everyone from their blood-puppeting stasis. Except for the 5 of you and Sergey. Immediately, all of the wedding guests scream in terror and attempt to flee, but with the pooled magic in each of her hands, the Countess sends a coursing blast of eldritch power to the doors of the cathedral, which hit and spread across every inch of the walls and windows. A magical barrier shimmers into existence, pulsing and throbbing, preventing all escape. The horror in the room erupts as the Barovians almost trample each other to find exits. Did you all forget? Barovia is a prison, not just for me. We are all prisoners here, and we all serve, and now you will die. The Countess turns around to survey the panic and terror of the scene, and she inhales as if to savor the fear. And for the first time since your betrayal, the sadness seems to be soothed as a horrible grin of acceptance comes to Strahdanya's face. The bloody tears still streaming down her face, she looks at each of you, her irises as red as the cracked gem around her neck. However, she cannot bring herself to match eyes with Sergey. Her voice drops to a more measured volume. If it's blood you want, it's blood you shall have. Horsemen! She raises her right arm in the air and calls to the Death Knights in the corners of the cathedral. They immediately snap to attention and face her. You are my will, my horsemen. You are my blade. You wield the power of death. Now kill them. Kill them all! With a furious spin, Strahdanya drops through the floor of the cathedral, leaving all of you completely helpless as hundreds of panicked Barovians scream, cry, plead, and beg around you. You see each of the 4 horsemen, formerly Knights of the Morning Lord, raise their weapons into the air as 4 beams of sickly, necrotic magic streak through the air and collide in a single point near the ceiling at the dead center of the room. From sword, scythe, flail, and lance, the arcs of blue, purple, green, and white converge into a vile black energy that rains down upon the crowd below. The wailing of fear turned to the agonized death throes of the countless souls around you as the necromantic magic shrivels and withers the flesh of the trapped wedding guests, bringing them to a brutal, torturous demise. Gertruda and her mother, Mad Mary, clutch each other in one final embrace as their lives are ripped from them. Blinsky gyrates wildly while feebly attempting to shield himself with Piddlewick the Second, who is immediately splintered into scraps and cogs as soon as the blast hits him. Davian Mardukov raises his staff against the nearest Death Knight, but he is too slow as the staff splinters and he stumbles forward. Father Lucian kneels in quiet prayer, seemingly accepting his death as it comes surely, but not swiftly and not without pain. Izak is smashing commoners out of the way with his fiendish arm as he attempts to flee, dying in absolute terror. Rahadin turns his blade around and falls on it to spare himself the familiar magic he knows so well, granting himself a swift death his victims did not always receive. And poor Cyrus covers his eyes with his hands, perhaps hoping that if he could not see the descending death, it could not see him. But he was wrong. As the wholesale slaughter seemingly comes to the entire cathedral, you all feel no pain as the crackling black magic seems to miss each and every one of you, and Sergey, as if fate itself was protecting you. You then all notice, at the back of the cathedral, the small form of Madame Ava, extending a gentle hand outstretched toward you all while holding a crystal ball in the other. Although she has clearly been horribly withered by the power of the horseman, her face shows no pain or fear. A soft smile comes to her face as the apocalyptic ritual comes to an end and the still quiet of death washes over the cathedral. She looks towards all of you with her milky white eyes and struggles to open her mouth. Fate has chosen you. Go. Win. With a final sigh, Madame Ava's eyes close for the last time, and her crystal ball shatters as she collapses. And as the orb shatters, so does the bloody eldritch power that holds you. You all regain control of your bodies, and while every single other person around you has perished, the 6 of you still live. And that is where we'll end the session.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Well, thanks for hanging, everybody. We're gonna do a giveaway. We're not done. I don't feel so good.
Oh my god. Can we gotta give it up in the chat for Nikki for that phenomenal outro. Holy fucking shit. That was so
I think we got it, guys. I think we'll be fine.
What should our word be?
Slaughter. Oh no, that's hard to word. That's hard to spell.
S laughter.
S laughter.
Oh.
Doom.
Doom.
I love it. Doom.
Exclamation point doom. What are we giving away?
We're giving away a $50 Wormwood gift card.
Thank you,
Thank you
so
so
much.
Raiders, we're doing a giveaway right now
Welcome.
for $50 Wormwood gift card.
You're just in time.
$50. Exclamation point
$50.
doom.
Type in chat.
And we appreciate the follow. If you like it, we just finished up a incredible session of Legends. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Have you lost it?
My brain
Because
beats
I have.
Strahd got married.
Kind of.
No, it never finished.
They're gonna give you.
Exclamation point doom. So we're not done. What's next?
Oh my god.
Evangelist and Chill.
We all
Evangelist
cry.
and Goddamn chill.
Evangelist and Chill. What is that, Mike?
It's somebody else's turn.
So for all of our subscribers, we get Evangelist and Chill, which is a subscriber-only stream right after this, where we talk about our favorite points. We go around the room and we answer all of your questions as well. So if you're not a subscriber, this is a great time to be one. You may get a 5-minute preview, I believe, if you're not.
It's our post-session therapy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Decompress.
Yeah.
Talk
We
about
gonna need
things, you know.
Evangelist and trying to chill.
Oh boy.
Evangelist and therapy.
My nerves right now.
If it's a subscriber perk, hopefully it's worthwhile. It's going to be a lot to talk about tonight.
It will be worthwhile. There's so much to talk about.
I normally
tonight.
say I need a cigarette. I think I need some like black tar heroin.
Right?
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
yeah.
fucking.
That. Holy crap.
Just send me to
Fuck my shit
oblivion.
up. Exclamation point doom to enter the giveaway.
Woo!
And while you're here, drop by our Discord. Drop us a follow, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
We're always in the Discord. We're always hanging out. It's always a good time.
Yeah, the Discord's a lot of fun.
I'm signing my journal, Victoria Bonzarovich.
Oh, girl. You can't say I didn't get married.
Yeah.
I almost had a full wedding.
Mm-hmm. I meant what I said.
Well, I think that was one of the strongest.
That was so good, Kelsey, but Evangeline and chill.
Thank you for the follow, Wrong Way. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Really appreciate it.
We're going to be ending the giveaway here shortly, so make sure if you haven't already, ! Doom.
Yeah, it's going to be a quicker one.
Yeah.
Doom! I'm gonna.
Are we at 69 viewers?
Nice.
Yeah.
69 viewers. Oh, God.
Y'all are a bunch of perverts.
Oh.
What'd you drop?
I dropped
Your
my nails, I think. Oh, there's one.
There it is.
Why aren't your nails ever attached to your body?
Oh, here, there. Here's that one. Oh, I lost my D2. Here it is. I'm glad I saw that.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
I feel like I'm coming off of just like holding my muscles for like 2 hours of tension.
I think I was not more nervous. I was nearly as nervous for that wedding as I was for my own wedding.
We're gonna poll seconds here.
All right,
and if
get
you
them
have
in.
thoughts and comments, come to Dimension and Chill. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna
Exclamation point doom.
Here we
As
go.
quick as you can. It's closing.
We're closing it.
Picking a winner.
Congratulations.
Hearts Talk, message Ironing Board DM on Discord. Join our Discord. You're in our Discord. Message me on Discord, and I will get you. And that's a $50.
$50. You can get some wood with worms in it.
Wormwood.
Okay, we're gonna cut over Adventures and Chill.
Thank you so much, everyone.
We'll see you next week, 4 o'clock Eastern.
Same time next week.